Till the next thing.
Now, the next thing, how do you like that about the?
Okay, folks, we are live. Ahem.
Oh, we have to stop talking.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby, I'm going to do a roll call for the commissioners, but, well, because Abby is remote today, we need to do roll call on our votes. So we'll do roll call on the commissioners. So, oh, by the way, welcome to the HCC. It's Tuesday, September 20th. It's a little bit, it's 3 minutes after 4, and present at today's meeting at this time are Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp is on Zoom, Ray Pohl, and Stephen Welch. That's our
new.
oh my gosh,
associate.
how did I overlook that? No, I didn't get any memo. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What is your name?
Connie Patton.
Connie, well, welcome. Boy, okay. Wow. How come I didn't get anything on this? Okay, well, welcome, Connie. All right, so are you familiar with our protocols, our ever-changing protocols here? Okay, so because Abby is on Zoom, if any member is on Zoom, we have to do things by roll call. If everyone is physically present in the room, I just say, all those in favor, aye. So that's how this works for the moment. Okay, so that's who's present at the meeting right now. Can I have a motion?
To approve the agenda?
Okay, so on that motion,
I'd like to second it, and just a quick discussion item. We can't discuss anything until a second's been made.
on approving the agenda?
Yeah.
Okay,
So I'll second it, and then I'll ask that we move the CPC letter tree thing up to the front.
oh, gosh, okay, yeah, sure. But I think you're allowed to modify, or at least we have modified, if you have a proposed
Oh,
modification.
yeah.
We just, okay, so does
just
everybody
that
get that? We're going to take and we're going to move under other business. We've got letter to CPC endorsing the tree mapping. All right, that's on other business at the end of the agenda, which we never seem to get to the end to. It's kind of like the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Nobody finds it. So we're going to move that up to the front so that it can become a priority. So that is the modified agenda, correct, Stephen?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. 1, 2, 3, 4, correct. Oh, of course, yeah. We have all the regular members. I have this empty seat and I'm spacing. Okay, at this, should we take up the CPC thing now? Let's just do
Don't we
that.
get commissioner comments? I have a question.
Well, we are going to do commissioner comments, and I know that we're going to get, Diane would like to speak for a moment. But should we just get the CPC thing out of the way? Because otherwise I'll forget that we're supposed to do it.
Sure. Make a motion that the chair drafts a letter to the CPC to support whatever efforts and funding are proposed to map town trees.
I would second that. Me too.
Oh, all right.
I'll third
Okay,
it.
so that's great. There is the motion, and on the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that motion carries. We're all set with the CPC thing for now, and I'll draft the letter. I'll just need to get some parameters for the language if perhaps you can help me on that, Stephen.
Yeah.
Okay, commissioner comments. I do know that Diane would like to speak. Diane, you have the chair. You have the floor.
Thank you. I am proposing for us to think about this and put it, we can't discuss it today.
Correct.
But it should go on to next Tuesday's agenda, if possible, if we have time to get it in. And that my proposal is that we as a board send a letter to the selectmen thanking them for reestablishing the screen screens.
Sign advisory, yeah.
All those screens downtown.
Mhm,
Sign board,
mhm.
again, although they call it now, it's a SAG instead of a SAB. And ask them at this time to consider reinstating the other three boards now as soon as possible, not to wait until next town meeting. And discuss with them the advantages of having the board come back, in that we are going into a very busy winter and with, as you can see, substantial applications, and to have them back would be a great help. And proceed to discuss other suggestions that I have that won't bring up today, because I'll bring them up when we can talk about them. But I would like to have you think about having this letter go to the selectmen, thanking them,
Mhm.
and then continuing on with the other board, and set up a bunch of ideas that you all will have, I'm sure, to what we should do next.
Okay, so thank you, Diane. What I'm going to do is, if staff could add at the beginning of next week's Tuesday agenda so that it is properly noticed, another business item that would basically say discussion of reinstating the remaining advisory boards that were recently decommissioned. Okay?
Okay.
So that will be at the beginning of next Tuesday's agenda. Okay, Val, did you have something to say?
It was
Thank you,
merely
Diane.
a question.
Okay, yeah. Well, if it's a question, it's got to be a rhetorical one because we're not allowed to deliberate.
Well, I was asked, just to ask, if it's possible, and I kind of know the answer is probably no, but I'm going to ask anyway, that Partners Healthcare, the hospital, has some housing on the agenda for 913, way away from where we are. Is there any way at all that that could move up? Not tonight, probably, but in a
Yeah, we can't do it tonight.
better
And
meeting.
this isn't deliberating, by the way.
because
This
they
is just
need to order
informational.
them
Far
If
down,
they're
I
gonna
think.
get them before the summer.
So as chair, I have made sort of modifications to the agenda in the interest of just what you're describing, which is affordable housing, right? Has to be affordable housing for a nonprofit, and they're getting modular, so there's scheduling issues. I got all that, and I think that this board could grant that sort of an exception.
Okay,
So I'll take that
Okay.
under consideration. I
Thank
can
you.
take it up with staff afterwards. All right, but thanks for bringing it up. Anyone else on commissioner comments? Okay, any public comment at this time? And since there's no one in the room, that would be addressed to the people that are in on Zoom. It's public comment. Do we have anybody for public comment? Appears not. Okay, so then moving right along, we are now at consents, from which, let's see how this goes. Val and I need to recuse. I know that Abby has some questions on some of these consent items. Stephen,
Just one.
hang on, Stephen will be chairing, okay? Let's see, so if Stephen chairs, Abby, you're on it, and Diane, that is a quorum, so we could,
and we have Connie.
oh, of course, you can sit on. This will be your first application. Okay.
Poor
All right,
thing.
so Stephen, take it away, and Val and I will sit back and relax for a little while.
Great. Abby, just for clarity, what are the ones you have questions on?
I only have a question on one. I found the answer to the other one, but it's 1 Bayberry Lane. There's a very large, long fence.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve consents holding number 3, 1 Bayberry Lane?
So moved.
On your motion, Diane? We got to do roll call.
Oh, yeah.
You're a yay. Connie?
Okay.
And Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries unanimously. Can we pull up number 3, please? Point of fact, you could actually take this back if you wanted to.
You're doing fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, before we proceed, I want to see if we have the applicant's agent here. It is Linda Williams.
John Manera, but I know the lot.
Okay, so Abby, is it a question or a concern without getting into it?
Concern,
Okay.
the length and height of the fence. I just.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is have a motion to hold this for representation.
I make that motion.
On your motion, Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, the chairmanship is back to you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So did I just understand that Linda is not with us at the moment?
No, Mr. Chair.
She's not. Okay, so we're going to have to pass over item number 4, view, the sole item there, which is her project at 47 Milk. Let's pass that over for the time being and move to new business. First item of which is 21 South Water. Do we have somebody to rep this?
Yes, I believe.
We do. Okay, that would be Lee?
Yep.
Okay. Lee, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, hi. Okay, they're passing out the information to us and we're going to get it up on the screen momentarily. I think we're all kind of familiar with this, but let's see. Lee, is this for the sign or is this just for the awning?
This is just for the awning.
Just for the awning, okay.
Yeah.
And wait, Lee, is there anything that you would like to say about the awning?
Just that it was an existing awning. I believe it was on the building for about 10 years.
Okay.
As you can see, it was in very rough shape. I tried to get it covered on the island. I had to take it off island because no one had the material to do it. And so it took some time. What you don't see in the photo there, because we just put it up about a week ago, we have a red panel that hangs to the left of the door. That's back up, that's new. And then the awning has just been recovered. So it's the same frame that was there, just a new fabric on it.
Right, in a different color.
In orange, yeah.
Right. Well, what was, Lee, I didn't quite understand about the panel to the left of the door.
So yeah, right there, that there was a panel. It's kind of decorative. It was just to cover the wall because there's a broken window there from on the side of the Rosencrown.
Uh-huh.
And so we had that on order and we just got it a week ago. So that just went up. It's just not reflected in this photo because I took the photos, 2 months ago.
Now I'm going to guess that that's orange as well.
No, it's red actually.
Red.
Oh,
Geez.
okay. All right. Anything else? Because the sequence here is that we hear from you, then because this is downtown in the OHD, you're going to hear from Holly, and then you'll hear from the board members. And I will certainly give you a chance to respond to the comments.
Okay,
Okay,
Thanks.
So are you good for now?
I'm good.
All right, so let's hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure used to be the Humane Society of Massachusetts, built after the Great Fire of 1846, and it was moved here from the wharf. Obviously, it's in a Greek Revival style, and it's said to actually formerly have been used as a firehouse per Clay Lancaster. This is obviously an as-built awning to replace the existing. Staff's comments is, what is the material? Is it the same material that was previously there? And it should be consistent with the awnings that are at the Rosencrown, as far as obviously style and how it's constructed. And just wanted to notate that while the previous awning was a red color, very consistent with the, I think it was for Vincent's. The previous color is a little bright, but that obviously goes along with their overall business. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Lee?
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's all right. Is it safe to say that the material would be canvas?
It is canvas.
It's canvas. Okay, which
Yeah,
I'm,
It's the same material that was up there.
okay, which was obviously canvas, ripped canvas. Okay, thanks. Board members, comments?
I'll go.
Yes, thanks.
I don't mind an awning being replaced there, but the color is very bright. And I think that we have, if I'm not mistaken, a list of acceptable colors for awnings. Okay, and I'm pretty sure this isn't on that list, so that would be my only comment.
Okay,
Make a comment too.
yeah, well, you're on it. She's,
The
yeah, she's
color
laughing.
is not what I would approve down there. Whether the sign, I don't know what has happened about the sign, but the panel next to the door is red. And to put red and then to put a bright orange next to it, I think is inappropriate. It is an old building and it is not a fun house. It is on Main Street, our historic street, and I think the orange is not appropriate. I don't mind the awning or the material if it's canvas, but the color I do. It doesn't go with the door.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues there that I think there's a big difference between red and like a hot orange. So I don't think it's appropriate. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, Abby, thank you. Stephen?
I'm actually going to be in the minority on this one. The Rose and Crown awnings, there are two of them that are considerably each longer than this. They are kind of a deep cranberry, which may or may not be the traditional color. They also have very yellow umbrellas on the street.
The Rose and Crown?
Yeah, which aren't part of our
Right.
our area of responsibility, but I think that they make a tremendous impact versus the small awning that's sandwiched in between two structures.
Yeah.
I have a picture of it because I went down to see the infamous sign, and I wasn't actually able to find it behind the cherry trees.
Right.
But in any event, those are my comments.
Yeah, I share Stephen's view on this. It's interesting, like that red would be an approvable color, but orange wouldn't be. I didn't actually know that there were, quote, approvable colors in terms of the awnings. But so as Stephen noted, Lee, he and I are in the minority here.
To
So,
make a motion.
okay, Stephen's going to make a motion.
I'll make a motion for the applicant to review this and try and come up with some type of accents or some other solution that might bring this into a majority vote approval.
Okay,
What
that
about, what
that
about
is.
awning?
Is somebody making a comment there?
Yeah, who was it, Abby?
Yeah, I said, what, is Connie on this?
No, it's a
No,
regular board.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, she'll get her chance.
No, I was just.
She's waiting very patiently.
Yeah, I know. I was just,
Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Abby.
wait, is it I'm opposed to it.
No, the
We-
motion is to basically have Lee go back and think about the comments that were made and see if some kind of
Yeah,
negotiated
yes, I'm in
truce
favor of
can
that.
be
Sorry, I missed that.
come up with
Sorry.
here. All right, so you're in favor?
Yeah,
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and I am in favor. Thank you, and we'll see you soon. All
I'm-
right. Now,
So can I make one,
yes, go ahead, Lee.
am I allowed to respond?
What's that?
Am I allowed to just, I guess, ask some questions?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
guess the question that I have is, I mean, I was unaware of an approved sign, an approved awning color list. I'd love to, have some clarity on that. The other questions, a block from me is Lily Pulitzer, who has two awnings that are roughly the same size as my one awning that are protruding out over the sidewalk, not set in between the two buildings like mine is. And those are neon pink and green. And Cook Cycles has a bright green awning.
Right.
So I'm just curious why
Well,
my color would be.
yeah, that was the point that Stephen was making. So, but it didn't have currency among a majority of the board members, which would be 3. So,
Can I say, I think if they look downtown, that they will find there are many awnings and umbrellas that are green. And pink is not quite such a vibrant, it is not neon
well,
pink.
okay,
But
we did vote on this.
Right,
but-
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He wanted to ask some questions. I just was trying to explain to that we're not saying red is the only color. I am just saying.
Exactly.
That orange is not the color at that particular place.
I would
Right.
encourage the applicant to bring in images of other awnings.
Yeah,
Okay.
And also to apply for things before you put them up.
well,
Yeah, this
okay.
better not
all
be
right.
up.
We did motion though.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was an awning there before. I mean, I can understand how this could have happened. All right, so.
I was unaware that I needed an application, and when I found out,
As I was
set up-
unaware that there was like a list of approved colors for the downtown for the awnings. That is, as chair, I was unaware of until about 10 minutes ago. Lee, thanks. We'll talk to you
Thanks.
soon.
All right.
All right, let's see, next, 50 Eel Point Road. We have Ethan.
Is on a co-star boat coming back.
Yes,
We could either hold for him, or he said, review it, and I'll take notes for him.
let's review it. I'd like to, move it along,
I
so.
know he sent in a lot of pictures, that showed roof walks in the same area.
Mhm.
I think you have, right? He didn't send them to you? I didn't see anything. Okay, I have them.
Hey, Val,
Yes,
do you want to kind of rep it for him?
sure.
Okay, in which case, Connie, you can sit in on this, okay? So,
More bullets?
hey, Val,
Yes.
is this photos of precedent in Eel
Yeah.
Point for skirted roof walks?
Yep.
I got this feeling that, most of the board is familiar with the Eel Point context. So why don't we take a look at where it is and the building that it's on, et cetera? Oh, here it all is. Okay.
Well, that's his drawings. He sent me pictures earlier, which I can pass around. Ez is gonna see if I can forward them to her. And, yeah. she-
Okay.
Got it?
The comment that just came up, you taking care of it? Okay, thanks. These are our precedent
Yes,
photos.
you got it.
Okay. So.
It was on consent and then it was pulled off.
Do we know why it was pulled off?
Somebody wanted to discuss it. And then Ethan wasn't here, so,
Was it me, Ozzy?
no, it was Abby.
Hey, Abby,
Yeah,
let's see. So Val is repping this because Ethan's gone.
yeah.
And so apparently it was on consent and you weren't loving the fact that it was on consent. So you want to You want to start?
I think
Yeah.
it's important for her to see all the photos though in the area on the same street. And then,
Okay, so are you seeing the precedent photos?
Yep,
Okay, just making sure.
I think that's helpful.
By the way, this is natural to weather.
Correct, on a wood roof.
Oh,
Do you say, oh?
oh,
No.
the prior one.
Oh, that, yeah, I know where that is. That's down by the tower.
yeah, that one's not so egregious, but I think some of the other
Oh, you
ones,
don't think this one's egregious? I do.
Yeah, this one. too.
Well,
Looks like
I
it's
think a
falling
lot
off
of
the side of the building.
I think that one's pretty bad. You
Right,
don't?
but Ethan's isn't, okay, what, you have the floor right now. You go ahead.
So the other thing about the drawing is that there seems to be, I don't know whether that's a board or if that's air or what is between the skirt and the balustrade. You see that area in there? It seems,
The floor.
It was approved, the roof walk. This is merely for
Yeah,
the
this is just the
skirt.
skirt.
It's
Yeah.
the floor, Abby.
yeah, okay, I see it. That's a board, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just think it looked better. I think it looked better without the skirt. And so there's precedence, but I don't think the precedence is something I want to follow. So
Okay, thank you. Let's see,
I'll go.
Diane? Yep.
Yeah. Has this building started to be built?
I don't know that.
Well, what I wondered was that the original drawing did not have a skirt,
Correct.
and it made it lighter up there. When you put a skirt on it, it sort of brings the roof walk down to the top of the roof, because that panel under the roof walk and before the skirt, if you're looking at it this way, it looks like it was open and you could blow through it. It's just the way the drawing is. I don't know what to be, if it's, isn't that board very wide for the top of a skirt?
Are you talking about?
Go to the lower one.
This right here?
Yes,
The fascia.
Yeah, that's a fascia, and
Yeah, I
and
know
that-
it
that's
is.
the normal width, because what that's doing.
I know
is
what
that
it's
fascia
doing.
is
It
holding
just
up the
looked
frame
wide.
inside.
right, it just looked wider to
Usually
me.
it's about a foot from the ridge up to the top of the skirt. which
Okay,
is-
well, the other thing that's come up as I was reviewing it is the chimney. And the original chimney they drew was much more,
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't meet code.
what does it mean code?
The chimney height as drawn needs to be 2 feet above anything within 10 feet.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm not talking about the height of it. I'm talking about the top of it where it's corbelled in. I like the top one better. And I don't know, I don't know about the skirt. If it's natural to weather and it's a wood roof, I guess it would be somewhat acceptable. I don't know why it's not easier just to have the roof simple without the foo-foo of a skirt. It doesn't seem to be doing any good. I don't know where their hatch is to get up to the,
It's on the back.
it's on the back.
Yeah, let's see, that elevation is the north, it would be on the south elevation.
Which,
If you look at the existing, or what was approved, back up,
right,
there it is. See up there?
yeah, is that that's the south?
That's the south. That
That's-
faces away from Eel Point Road.
Right, so anyway, that's my thought. I think the chimney needs to go back to what it was. And I can't give you an answer on the skirt.
Okay, that's fair enough. Stephen?
I think in the rural areas, these roof locks should be skirtless, regardless of whether it's proposed as natural to weather or not. It's a more, it reads to me as a formal look, and I think that should be reserved for more densely populated areas.
Okay. Connie?
I'm not sure too much about the skirt either. I like it, the top line much better.
Okay, so Val,
I'm going to hold because it's not my project.
right,
And he thought he had a lot of good photos in the area, so I'm gonna let him come in and agree or disagree with something.
okay.
Can you
All right.
loop around to me again, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Abby.
I think the relationship of the balustrade and the skirt itself, there's something either wrong with the drawing or the proportions or something, but do you see how small it is? It usually you have, the skirt is sort of longer. You don't, it just looks,
To do with
The only
pitch of
thing,
the
the
roof.
only thing that I would, as an architect, see that's, we won't say incorrect, but not completely typical of the way a roof walk is built is there does not appear to be a bottom rail on the balustrade. Usually there's a bottom rail, there's an airspace, and the balusters don't go all the way down to the decking. And what I'm seeing in this is no bottom rail.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
Okay.
think that's
It
what
was
people are
just-
responding to.
I think
Okay.
it was just patched on.
He's
you
gonna
know.
come in, so
You-
just hold
I-
it.
Is he coming in today?
He's docking now.
Oh, okay, so let's hold this
So
and take it up again when Ethan's here.
Let him,
Do
let him look.
for representation?
Well,
For better representation.
well, hang on.
Ray,
Yes, Terry, I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
yeah, I think you can just say if he doesn't make it, then you need to come back and make a motion to hold.
Correct. But
otherwise
we're gonna
you can
leave it
just say-
open for the time being.
Yeah, you
right?
just leave it open for the time being.
Yeah, we're taking no action at the moment,
At the-
pending Ethan's arrival.
Right.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you, Terry. Thanks
Oh,
for,
also,
yes.
Connie, please make sure your microphone is on.
Oh, right. There's a little button and green light. Okay, got it. All right, thanks, Terry. Now we'll move along to 47 Pleasant if there is a rep for this. Is there? Okay, because we don't have Linda Williams. She's next.
God, that's a
This is
surprise.
2 weeks, 2 times in a row for this fellow. Is he, I mean, I presume he's aware.
Are we talking about 47 Pleasant?
Yeah.
Yeah, the no-shows when it's an as-built, or the ratio is quite high when it's an as-built, understandably. So should we hold both 47 Pleasant and 126.5 Main for rep?
So moved.
Thank you. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby?
I
Very good. Stephen, on your motion?
All right.
And I'm in favor. How about Frank Daly? Is he here? I should have included that because he wasn't here last time either.
Mr. Chair, I do not see.
Okay, so I need another one.
Hold for representation.
Yeah, so Stephen's got it. Hold for rep on 122 Main. On that motion. Excuse me, what?
Mr. Daly is zooming in right now.
Oh. Actually, I'm going to sit off of this. Is that okay, Stephen?
Sure.
Thank you. So when I sit off, that means that you'll be on, Connie.
Is he,
There's no plot plan. It's making it difficult to look at anyway.
I'm going to sit off.
sure.
You can give that to
Will
Connie.
you let me know when he's loaded?
There you go.
Holly?
You don't use that anyway, right?
Frank, you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Frank, your board is Val, Diane, myself, Abby, and our newest member, Connie. Go ahead. Frank, go ahead. You can let us know what you got.
So The application here is essentially, unfortunately, the photos look horrible. I don't know what happened there, but there's currently a board fence to the left of an existing gate on this. This is the Bloom Street side. So the side that runs perpendicular off of Main Street to the left of this house, 122 Main Street. There's a hedge that is along the right-hand side of that gate that we are asking to now continue that same board fence to the right, just in that section where the hedge is currently. So essentially keep the gate, right-hand side where the hedge is, change the board fence, and then the existing picket fence that runs the remainder of Bloom Street and then around the corner to Main Street would also remain.
Okay. Who would like to start? Oh,
Wait.
Don't there,
Holly?
HSAP?
Sorry, Holly.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the house in question with this fence is a circa 1816 typical Nantucket. And there is some history when it comes to this fence. Back in 2018, the board approved a 5-foot fence as submitted. And there was some discussion about this vegetation that's there. The fence that was reviewed and approved in 2017, 2018 as a 5-foot fence and existing privet to remain. In 2018, HSAB did state that the solid board fences are not appropriate on Bloom Street, and staff agrees. This typical Nantucket is not formal like the 3 bricks. The previous approval was for a 5-foot board fence with no protruding posts. Staff recommends a clear, defined site plan and details as needed. If a commission is so inclined to allow this type of application, then a site plan with fence detail required with a 5-foot max height. And I would recommend a condition that the fencing of the existing picket fence remain in perpetuity. Again, these photographs are really difficult to ascertain exactly where, but I believe it's where the privet is, and at the end of the privet to the right is where the picket starts. And again, that should not be a board fence. That basically this encroachment of an additional board fence should be the last time, if the commission so inclined. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay, Val.
I found it hard to understand. I mean, I can see where the privet is, but it would be good to have a plot plan showing where it is and the exact amount of it. But I do agree with HSAB that I don't think adding this fence in this little corner is necessary. If it's a privacy issue for the backyard, I could be in favor of just returning it to the corner of the building where it ends now. So when people are walking up the street, they're not looking into the backyard, but that would be the only extension I would see as necessary. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, Diane, would you like to go?
Yeah, I agree with what Val said. I think Bloom Street does not need a 5-foot fence along it. I would like to see a proper plot plan with the streets put in, where the house is, where Main Street comes, and where this lot ends, as to what is there. And what color, I don't know what color the existing fence is. I don't know what color they've asked for.
It's white.
I think white is not, I have that. I didn't think it really could be white like that. So I think we should ask for more information to
Okay.
what is considered. It's Holly said about the posts and the fence, there weren't supposed to be any. There are some. So I think we ought to get it together a little bit and find out what actually is there and where, okay?
Fair enough. Abby?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with my fellow board members that I need more information about the site plan and better pictures for sure. And I think more solid board fence is not appropriate for Bloom. Thank you.
Okay, Connie?
I also agree.
Okay, so Frank, I think we're just gonna need a site plan that's a little bit more dialed in, labeled up, and perhaps a little bit better, some better imagery, and maybe if anything in the area would be helpful.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. All right, Mr. Chair. Could you move that? Oh, you know
I
what?
mean, somebody needs.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to hold for revisions and more information.
On your motion?
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
and Abby.
Aye.
Good catch.
No, it's in my blood now. I got to hear that motion. I know that Dinah's with us. She never lets us down. Dinah, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. All right, thanks. Okay, 3 Lilac.
3 Lilac. Okay, may I proceed?
You may.
Okay, 3 Lilac Court is a single-family modular construction, a small building approximately 1,700 feet with a 1-story addition near the back of the building. It's approximately 1,300 feet south of Old South Road. And the window sash, we're proposing 6/6, white with white trim, Newport blue door, and the back deck to be natural cedar to weather.
Okay. Is this one of your, I should look at the drawings, but is this one of your prototypes, or is this like the first time we're seeing it?
This is the second time. There's also one that was proposed for 35 beach grass. If I had a photo, it's not complete, but that it's similar to that.
Okay. Okay, board members.
I think it's perfectly appropriate.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Diane?
Oh, Donna, what are the colors?
White.
White sash with white trim and Newport blue front door.
Okay. Okay. No, I think it's appropriate for there.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I was driving around there the other day. I was getting my car fixed. And I noticed that a lot, you know, that vent up in the gable there, Dinah?
Oh, yes.
I saw some of them do have that, still have that vent. And I was wondering if we couldn't just make that a thing, that it's always a window instead of a vent, because the vent sort of reads as more sort of commercial than a residential. And I was just would like.
That's not a problem. This application, I know you made the comment a couple weeks ago, and we can change that to a 4-light vent window.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dinah. And thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Yeah, Dinah, I have nothing to add. Well, I don't mind the vent, not to be contrarian, but that's a typical residential vent for gable venting on a structure. A lot of roofs have gone over to a hot roof, so those gables vents aren't used as much, but it's not the exclusive domain of commercial. My concern, Dinah, is just for the future is the, when you guys print these for the digital submission, your comments layer is on, and it's, you know, you're not giving away any state secrets, but it's really hard to read some of the information.
I'm so sorry. I'm not sure.
No, just, it's informational, but if you could just have that addressed, that'd be great.
But when you say comments layer, do you mean
Yeah, it's like the little discussion bubbles pop up where there's a dimension, or in your window schedule.
Oh, okay, good to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Well,
That's just
on
an
that
FYI.
note,
Abby?
yeah, I was just gonna say that if there's controversy about the vent, that the vent could be in the back, but not on the front of the house. The front could be a window and the back could have a vent.
Well, okay, let me just, I'm gonna
Yeah, it
put
wasn't
my
being-
2 cents in on this one. So those vents are extraordinarily common, or I should say, used to be extraordinarily common. And now building technologies and insulation have changed, so those vents are far less common than they used to be. However, because the applicant has volunteered to do the windows, I don't object to there being windows there. I just think that the vents are, probably more common on a later vintage house. But I think a 4-light window. And Dinah, are we talking about both sides, south and north?
I would prefer just to do the faux vent on the back. It is a faux vent. It's not doing anything.
So you're suggesting doing the 4-light window on the front, AKA the north side of the house, right?
The north side, correct, on the front.
Okay. So Abby, are you okay with that?
Yeah, yes.
All right.
yes.
So then why don't somebody make a motion to that effect that the vent on the north elevation will become a 4-light window instead of a louver vent.
So moved.
There it is. You both get it. So on Diane and Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane, thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so that's one. How about 24A Evergreen?
Okay, 24A Evergreen Way is a single-family, affordable modular construction, and it's located approximately just another 100 feet south of Old South Road, 1,400 feet. It's a small house as well. It's about the same size as the other one, 1,700 square feet, 3 bedrooms. Parking will be in the back. The model is similar in size and scale to other models on this development. And I understand, we're still showing the vents and even the small vent on the front gable, additive mass, which if those comments were open to hearing your comments, but it's basically what it is. Oh, the colors. The colors are white trim, white windows, and Nantucket red door.
Okay. Dinah, thank you. All right, folks. What do we say?
Ray,
Yes.
could I make a quick comment
Yes, go
about
ahead.
that development? I live out here, so I drive by
Yeah.
it every day.
Yeah, sure.
And in the words of our old friend, I know the area very well. That area, when you go by it, just looks like a bunch of big boxes. From the road, there's little to no variation in the shape, in the height, and it's rather unattractive, in my opinion. And it would be nice, just something to consider in their landscaping, if they put in a wall of trees or something, so you don't have to see it. They really, to me, are just a bunch of big boxes, and it's very drab.
Yeah. Terry, like, as I drive out there, I know what you're saying. There's zero vegetation. And I think that there's been some discussion on the board to talk about trees and streetscape and that sort of thing, so that we can, mitigate the overall impact. When you say from the road, I'm imagining you're talking
Old
about.
South.
Yeah, right. Okay, that would be the road. Well, thanks for the comments, Terry, because yes, they are generally all more or less the same height. Okay, thanks. Board members?
I'll go.
Yes.
I think this is appropriate, and I understand what Terry's saying, but I think if we remember back to when Essex was put in and everybody was like, ah! And now all the vegetation's grown in, everything's settled down, it looks like a nice neighborhood. So I think eventually, correct me if I'm wrong, Dinah, you are gonna put in some streetscape.
Streetscaping, correct.
Yeah.
It's not shown on this drawing.
No.
Just to make us feel better about everything over there, maybe you could come in at some point and show us some, some landscape plans with some street planting.
I'd be happy to set
Just a
that up.
suggestion.
Yeah, 'cause there used to be some pretty nice,
Not to mention the
Plantings
properties
back then.
themselves should have some landscaping.
Yeah. Oh, P.S. Let the record show that Jesse Dutra has joined us. Hi, Jesse. Jesse, have you met Connie?
Yes.
Okay, there we are. Yep. Okay, let's see, where are we? We heard from Val. Who's next?
no, I haven't gone.
Yeah,
You
Val,
want me to-
Val, I think is the only one who has
I
gone.
have-
Yeah.
Again, I just want to know what the color is. This is 2 inches shorter than the last one.
So the colors on this are white on white, and the front door is going to be cottage red.
Why are we having so much in this particular part of Evergreen?
Do you mean white?
White on white, white,
Oh.
white, 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 white. I'd like to see the sash or something, some other color than all white. It's a country street. It's not, a formal town street, and I think a little bit of color, of natural color, would be better than all white. It's
Okay,
bright red, that's fine, but you got a blue one next door, a red one, next one will be green, and then yellow, I bet. So I'd like to see some color variation between the building.
Dinah, do you have a comment on that one?
I do. The other option would be to do the Quaker gray trim
Mhm.
with I'm sorry, the cobblestone trim with the sand tone windows.
But that would give it some color, and then still have the red, is it a barn red, or?
The cottage red, we would have to change that from Nantucket red to cottage red. It was
Right.
Yeah, so like a dark red front door, the cobblestone gray trim and the sand tone windows is a nice combination.
Okay.
I think it would give a
Thank
little
you, Donna.
individuality to the houses,
Well, and frankly, it's a little less
white.
aggressive than white trim in the naked landscape. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, and on that note, I'm okay with it, except for that gable vent, but I'm not
Oh.
gonna mention it anymore because I'm getting tired of doing it. But I think varying the grays too, like it doesn't always have to be cobblestone, it can be Nantucket gray, or it can be, let's get some more grays in there, and I think that might, vary it a little more.
Okay,
Nothing about the architecture.
thank you. Except for you want to go with the four-light window on the front, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen?
I agree with comments. Variation in color would be good. I'd like to add, Dinah, this and any others we just approved. The frontis, the trim around the front door, it's got that kind of wide side casing, which I think is all right, subject to having a thicker depth head casing, so you get a shadow line to kind of break it up.
Okay.
And then the other comment I'll make is just for the commission, apropos of discussion, we'll have at a later date, is it'd be nice to be able to say with where we think that there are structures with a lot of boxiness, to say we'd like a couple of type 2 trees installed, much as we say we'd like a type 2 fence or something like that.
That's
So-
where we're going with the tree inventory, right?
Yeah, well, the other motion I'd made was to have a discussion about some type of a tree classification, so we can
Right.
just
So
refer
we're
to
not
it.
specifying the tree,
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
sort of shape.
Yeah, so they don't come in with that.
Yeah,
Well, it's either a shade tree or a, small, ornamental, something like that. I like that idea, that
Dale would
concept.
be a good one to get to come and talk to us.
Who?
Dale.
Oh,
Gary.
Dale. Yeah, definitely Dale. Yeah, that would be nice to get his input on. Anyway, thank you, Stephen. It's particularly out there, Dinah, I think that the less white, the better. I'm not a big fan of cobblestone gray, but that's not in my place to say because it is an approvable color. But I believe Abby may have made the point that there are other grays other than cobblestone. So maybe we,
But you have to consider what you can get for windows.
yeah, so that's, it's terratone, right?
She wanted
Sandtone, Sandtone, yeah. So understanding that there are only a limited number of options for the sash, there's still, I think, some other possibilities that can be done with the casings. Anyway, I'm fine with the other than white solution that you presented. So it sounds like we're going to do this with a couple of modifications. One being a change in the vent on the front gable to a 4-light window, and then the color change. And there was something else, wasn't there? Not. Oh, and the frontispiece that, Dinah, you're well familiar with at this point, where you're simply making the lintel part a little bit thicker than the side pieces. Okay?
For the shadow line, correct, understood. Thank you very much.
Right.
Do you want
Okay.
that to be, to go through staff?
Yeah, I think it can be approved with those modifications through
I'll make it
staff.
through staff.
Okay. So Diane has made the motion to approve this through staff, changing the front vent, the front gable vent to a 4-light window, to change the color from white trim to, was it, what was the color again? I just said it, cobblestone
Cobblestone.
gray, and sandtone sash, and Nantucket red door. And here I've forgotten again. What the third item?
The frontispiece?
The frontispiece. Yeah, so if the side jambs of the frontispiece are an inch thick, the top should be an additional, what, half inch? Proud of that? Okay, and that's through staff on Diane's motion. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
I,
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank
Okay,
you.
next.
Okay, 6 Gooseberry Place. Now we're moving into the apartment buildings.
The ones we sort of glimpsed the other day.
Right.
Oh, no,
right.
I'm sorry. No, I'm mistaken. Those were residential. These are commercial. I stand corrected.
Okay, so this is 6 Gooseberry Place. It's an 8-unit apartment building. It's located at the far end of the apartment development. It has been built before similarly. I think I have a photo. I sent it in earlier today. I don't know if you received it, but I can show you a photo of a similar building. If Esmeralda has that for 6 Gooseberry.
Well, we have something in the package here, Dinah.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
very
I mean,
close. It's very close to that. We don't have the faux door at the far end that you see. That's been deleted. But this is the overall concept of this was the module we spent a lot of time on earlier on, just developing. It's the D module, and the ridge height is approximately 29.8 with a roof pitch of 812. The lower, all the porches are 412, and as I said, it's similar to the D model that you see on your screen. The south facade faces Gooseberry Place. It's the main entry, and we are proposing 6/6 Anderson windows. We're proposing them to be white with white trim, and a Nantucket gray door. I am open to color options, of course, but this is what we're proposing on our application.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. Who would like to begin?
Haven't even got to it yet.
Okay. Well, we can take your time. Whenever someone's ready, jump in there. I'm writing some comments down on the last one.
While we're talking about it, what, are these all true divided lights with, storms and stuff? Is that
No,
what the
Divided?
windows are?
No.
See out there.
What are they?
No, they're probably.
Simulated divided,
SDLs.
yeah.
Anderson 400s.
Okay,
So Abby,
yeah,
did you see the photographs of the precedent building?
yes,
So, it has, those are insulated glass windows, and then they've got a screen that kind of covers the whole thing. So you don't have the triple track storm. Well, the photograph kind of tells you what the end result will look like.
yeah, no, I was just trying to think if you were to use some of those other grays, how you would get,
Oh.
that to the windows to conform with that.
Yeah.
I'll go.
The Quaker gray is another trim color that we have, we like that one versus the cobblestone,
Yeah, me too.
the Quaker gray.
Fine.
Okay, so Stephen, you want to go?
Sure. Can we go to the south elevation and bring it in a couple little bits?
It would be the first page, the front elevation is the south. Mhm.
Yeah, that's it. Great, thank you. So just a few things here. One, kind of just through Mr. Chair, is this a faux vents too?
They are.
Okay, so I'll be the first on Abby's behalf to say, can you change those to
Thank you,
windows?
Stephen.
And then the only other comment I have, and it's really my only comment on the building. There's other buildings out there that are similar. I would say that, I don't love it, but also I don't hate it. I think it's appropriate. But the fenestration, the windows, I think all of your Bs, your As and your Bs, if they could either be slightly taller or slightly thinner in width or both to get more of a tall rectangular versus a boxy rectangle, individual light size, I think that would be more appropriate. And that's really my only comments.
Okay. I happen to agree with that. Thanks, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I don't see the similarity between the photos in front of me and
It's
this building
sideways.
at all, because the building we have has much steeper pitches and different proportions, but I agree with Stephen, what he said about the windows. And there seems to be a lot of wall space that's blank, but
May I make a comment regarding that? The two windows in the last bay, the 13-foot-6 bay, I suggest to make those larger windows instead of two small windows.
You mean turn them into As or Bs?
A's or B's, yes.
I like that. Yep.
How about an A and a B?
An a B on the top and an A on the bottom.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dinah. Val, are you still?
no, I mean, yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
You're finished. Okay, Diane.
First of all, this, I don't know, but this is 30 feet. And
Probably, yeah.
we're making some huge buildings there. And it's hard. This is a so-called commercial building, but I don't know, it lacks something. I don't know how you could bring it down a foot, but anyway, it's 29, 10 3/4. That's how close it is. It's 30 feet. I'd like to see the windows bigger. And I don't know more. There's only 4 windows in each one of the gable things, and it doesn't really have much hominess, I guess is a good word about it. I'd like to see something that brings out a little charm that isn't just like a building that you could see anywhere, that it isn't just a big box. And I don't know, the pictures we have has the first floor little wart off the side. It has another one off the other side. And it gives the building some interest. I don't know what building this is, but this seems to be a photograph of it. See, Ray?
Yeah, no, I have that.
We have that, but I don't see it on our drawings.
What do you mean?
I don't see the one-story wart.
Oh, well, yeah, it's this.
No, it's a totally different building.
It is.
Yeah,
It is, but like the wart in that, there's a lot of differences. One is the roof pitch. Somebody made the observation that the roof pitch on the one that's built is steeper than this.
right.
So if this is 30 feet and it's got a shallower roof pitch, it means that the gables are wider.
Right. Anyway, I just would like to see it.
It's exactly the same footprint. I don't know if it's an optical illusion with the view of that photo, but the footprint of the profile of the building is the same. So I will look at that though, to make sure that
It's the wrong photo.
It may be the wrong photo, Dinah, yeah.
okay.
I don't know if you can see it, but I'd like to see a little softer presentation of the building.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I'd like to see a steeper roof pitch without going up higher. I don't know how, that's probably a huge change, but they just look a little squat to me, the two gables. Also the vent up there, the size of that, it just looks so dinky. I wish it was if you're going to have anything up there at all, it should have a little bit more heft to it, like a larger window, fixed window or something bigger than that, just that one little dot up there. And I agree that the windows should be one size up and not so square. The panes not so square.
Yeah, the panes are like 3 foot one. We could bring them down to 211, 2 inches off of each.
Yeah, or make them taller, drop the sill,
Okay.
Do something with it.
either way. And in fact, I'd be more in favor of making them bigger, honestly. Certainly the C units.
Taller.
Taller, yeah. So Dinah, I think we're gonna need some revisions on this one because there's some
Make 'em-
concern about the roof pitch, the fact that it's 30 feet tall, the wider windows, the gable vents, da-da-da. So,
Motion to hold for revision.
yeah, so there's Stephen has made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi,
Abby, Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, next.
Okay, next is 7 Gooseberry Place. This is a 7-unit modular apartment building. It's located on the corner of Gooseberry Place and Harvey Road. It's similar in design. I do have photos of a similar building that was built way out by by Old South Road. I think we have 2 photos at the bitter end. And this is one of our more successful models with the capability of adding the 3 one-story massing the shed roofs. I do believe.
This is one we have the pictures of, yep.
I think you should have in your packet, and I'm not sure if it's electronically visible. It's a little foggy on one of the pictures if you have that one, the mist.
Oh, yeah.
And this is basically a replica of that, yeah, except the 4 windows and on the low front, that's actually the back of the building that you see on that photo. On our proposed 7 Gooseberry, they're all the same size. And that's the front elevation with the 2 flanking wings. And we felt it was a successful use of the additive massing, and that's my presentation.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. Interestingly, this is the same roof pitch. This is an 8 and 12, just like the one that we were looking at previous to this.
but this is the building we now have
Yeah,
a
this
picture of.
is the one, right.
looks deeper in the room.
It does. I think it's the perspective.
Can I get a clarification?
Yeah,
for you,
go ahead,
Mr. Chair?
Steve.
Dinah, on these windows, can we go back to one of the images that shows the west elevation? Do we have one of those? Which would be a two gables forward with a shed.
Mhm. The lower elevation, the side elevation.
Yeah, an image of that? Or maybe if you
Oh,
just.
do I have an image of that? If you go to those two photos, we may have a mirror image of it. It's going to be, could you go up one more?
That's it.
That's sort of it. You can see the back gable in the front of the building and the side gable on the side of the
Sure.
building.
Okay, no, and that addresses the question I wanted to ask you, which is the windows that you have that are in the image are the same as the windows on the second story in the drawings?
Yes, it's identified on the application as a J window. And I believe we have actually increased them by 4 inches in depth, but I will have to check that.
Okay, yeah, I just
I-
wanted to get an eyeball on, what we're seeing on 2-dimensional versus what's it looks like in 3 dimensions. But okay, thank you. I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead. Steve.
Sure. So I think same thing as taller windows, slightly taller. They don't need to be a foot taller, probably not even 6 inches, but in the 4-inch range on any that are squarer than rectangular. And, you've got the same massing considerations as with all the other large structures out there. So again, several type 2 trees on the site, I think would be helpful. We don't have a type 2 tree yet, Dinah. by the
Oh,
way.
We'll find one.
That's it.
I'll go if you want.
Okay, Diane.
I, going along with the drawing is fine. I find the windows on the second floor, not the B windows, but I think it was on what elevation? Look at the elevation, see which one's very square.
Oh, that's the J ones.
Yeah, they are not, they should be,
Narrower or taller?
yeah, bring them out of chiclet types. And the height of this one is
30 feet, I'm sure.
they're all around the same height, yeah.
okay, well, I would ask that you do something to see if you can drop them down so much because they're all the same. You've got 3 in a row. What color is this one?
On the application, we are sticking to the white with the white trim and the Essex green door.
And all of them are going to be the same, right?
All the units?
All the buildings are all going to be white.
Well, that's
No.
up to the
No,
board.
not at all. Let me just check. I'm not sure what the next application color is, but I believe we can go with a forest green window. That's fine as well. Forest green with the Quaker gray trim looks nice. We've done that before.
I said it was going to go to green. I think it should have color variation between the 3 buildings. It shouldn't be 3
Okay.
white buildings all in a row on the street. It's turning into a city, and I think we desperately need to try to not have it a city. So there should be more variation, at least in the colors, and to keep repetitive buildings away from each other. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, could I see the front elevation, please? Yeah, I was just trying to think like why it's starting to look sort of generic looking. I was wondering, I know it's a small detail, but I was wondering, what about shutters on the first floor of the main mass? It might give it a little individuality. And I don't know, this is a really stupid idea, but what if you put up a faux chimney? It's just, it might just take away, the curse off this sort of cookie cutter thing that's happening here. Give it a little more character. It's just a thought.
It's a good thought.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Didn't I see a picture with some shutters on it, like powder blue shutters, or was that another application?
We had, no, I guess we did not have shutters. No, the only other application we had with the apartments had the clapboard, the board on board.
Okay, must have been another application. Let's see, did I get everyone?
I don't have anything.
Oh, right. Nothing to add?
Well, just that I'm not as concerned about the differentiation in height as I am about just mixing it up a little bit, colors, maybe clapboard on some, because town proper is all big
Yeah.
box buildings side by side. And I really do think once there are some landscaping elements in that have been able to take hold and it matures, that it's going to look significantly different than the scarred earth that it is now, but that's because it's all under construction.
Right. Yeah, well said, Val. We're reviewing so many of these applications, it's sort of like numbing. They're all 30 feet high. You get, a little bit of variation in color. And in the meantime, we're driving up and down Old South Road, watching them all go up. And it is literally, a sea of buildings with no green, zero. And I think that continuing to see them go up, continuing to sit here and approve these things all at 30 feet with very little additive massing, to Abby's point earlier of like, there's no sort of distinction between, other than the color variation, they're all very, very similar, is kind of frustrating. So it's going to step up for me the urgency of seeing some sort of overall landscape concept where we're not all driving up and down Old South Road looking at a sea of architecture in a desert of landscape. So those are my comments. What should we do with this, folks?
Do you want to hold for revisions?
Well, I don't know.
All three of them, she changes the color?
I don't think we need to hold for
Can
revisions.
we do it through staff?
Yeah, let's give it a try. I mean, there
Okay.
wasn't an awful lot said on this one. Color change.
Yeah,
Motion to approve through
And the
staff
windows.
with a color change to,
Well, Dinah, make sure that I get this right, but I think that you were talking about Essex green on the sash with Nantucket gray on the
Quaker gray.
Quaker gray on the trim, and the door would be Essex green as well.
Yes, the sash, it's called forest green. the
Forest
Anderson
green,
400.
yeah,
okay.
very
Yeah,
similar.
that sounds great.
what about the windows?
And then the windows, what can you do for us on that?
We're gonna bring them in, we're gonna narrow the windows by 2 inches on all the
Okay,
windows,
that's gonna
2
make it
foot 11. And the J windows are gonna get taller.
Dinah,
Oh,
I think what I'm getting feedback from the board is that 2 inches isn't enough. Can you go 4?
sure, on the lower level, I can go
Hang on,
forward.
I
hang
thought I
on,
was making the
Stephen.
motion.
Yeah, I thought
But
you were.
weren't you making, oh, you mean the fact that Dinah is making the motion?
No, you're making the motion.
I think he's
No,
summarizing
I'm
because he's-
responding
Oh,
to you, who's
okay.
responding to Dinah. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. I think that the key to the window situation is that the panes need to be more vertical than horizontal is our ultimate goal.
Okay,
So your motion would be what number? 4 inches?
At least.
Okay.
I think that's way too much.
All right, somebody else can make it.
Okay.
You don't have to turtle roll over. I'm just saying, I think it's a little too much. 4 inches is going to be, if she goes 2 inches, it'll be, there's 3 lights, so it's going to be,
It's only
about 5/8 inch per light. So if she went 3 inches,
Well, they come in certain
Why don't we let her
modules.
plan it and tell her what we want and
Yeah.
let her decide which
Yeah.
window looks best?
Somebody make a motion.
I'll make a motion for revision through staff.
Mhm.
And that is to make the windows more vertical than horizontal. The colors will be Essex green.
Oh, hold on, Diane. I
What?
think we need to be more specific about what margin. I'm hearing 2 inches and I'm hearing 4 inches.
I'm thinking that she ought to be able to look at her plans and see which looks better instead of us telling her how to design it.
But we're
that's our
the
job is to
review
tell her what we
board.
want.
We're also.
Okay.
You know, what
talking
if
about
she
specific
decides
windows
to
that
make
have
it a foot
increments.
narrower?
Yeah.
Then we're in deep trouble because we've left
I
it
said
wider.
make it
You
larger.
really should think about being on this because you're gonna see, we're all crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so who is making the motion?
I was making the second one.
Okay,
I
go ahead.
don't, you can disagree with my thing. I don't know what 4 inches look like specifically on these windows. I don't know what 2 inches, I would like to see them, what they look like if they fit in. But if we leave it up to her, she's a designer, she should know which looks better. So that's why I said that. And the Essex green door would be forest green and the trim would be Quaker gray. Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Did you say Quaker gray or Nantucket gray?
Quaker.
I said Quaker gray for the trim.
Quaker gray. Okay. Dinah, just so that we have it in the record, how much narrower are you going to make the windows?
Well, I was going to
Decide.
make the windows taller I can easily go down I can't go down 2 inches, so I can't make them taller by 2 inches. I can only make them in 4-inch increments because that's the way the series comes.
Understood.
So if I
So
make
what are you
them-
going to, what is your proposal to us?
to make all the windows 4 inches taller, all of them.
Okay, that as an architect, I can get my arms around. I think that would be fine. That is, basically 1 inch per sash in terms of dimension change vertically, which is what we're after. Was that your motion, Diane? Yeah, Diane.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, before you do a vote real quick, can I read what I got since there was so much discussion?
Yeah, you probably should.
Okay,
Thanks,
please.
Terry.
I want to make sure it's right. Motion to approve through staff with the colors to change to forest green sash, Quaker gray trim, and Essex green door, and all the windows to be 4 inches taller to have more vertical panes.
That's it.
Okay.
You got it perfectly. Thank you. Okay, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
very good. Stephen?
I'm good with that.
All right, thanks. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, let's try and make the last one a little easier. Or is it going to be the same sort of?
It's a mirror image.
It's a mirror image of 7.
It's a mirror image of 7, and on the site plan, if you could you go to the first page, A1?
Yeah. No, I see. They're talking to each other.
Yeah, they're talking to each other, but I could do different colors, and I can also I can't see that. I have the site plan in front of me, but I just wanted to.
No, hey, Dinah, I'm looking at the site plan and basically you're correct. They're like flanking the parking area.
Yeah.
And they're mirror images and they're like having a conversation over the fence.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out just one little thing. I don't want to take up too much time. On the second floor of this proposal is actually over. It's about 1,000 square feet more than the first floor. So there is the reason we decided to use this building to do the mirror image and get the unit count that we need for our commitment to the development was because this had the 1-story massing and more so than any of the other buildings, and it seemed to mirror properly and nicely, and you will only see the front. You'll never see the two backs together. you'll only see the fronts, and we could change up the color, and even the color of the roof. If you want to go with a colonial slate roof, we're fine with that too. If we want to go to that length.
Okay. Thanks for offering that up. So folks, we just approved the mirror image of this building with certain conditions. Do you want to kind of play off of that since we have that in place?
I might be in the minority, but I would have no concerns with these being identical twins. Like
I
the three
think
bricks
that's
are.
actually a valid idea.
I'd much rather see variation in structures that are different with respect to white trim than, trim being the example of where the difference could be.
Mhm.
Whereas these two are across from one another.
Interesting.
And twins.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Stephen. Val? Just a yes?
That's all I'm gonna say, yep.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, have we got a color on this one, or is it gonna
Well,
be?
what Stephen's suggestion is, because they're sort of like flanking and they're mirror image, just to keep it all like basically the same, it would be the green with the gray, just the way you had outlined it in the last approval.
They're across the parking lot from one
Yeah,
another.
they're like
Diane,
looking
not
at
next
each
to
other.
Okay, that's fine.
Abby, your view on that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, so it sounds like if we just keep it pretty much the same as the last approval, those same set of conditions, we're good to go. Can somebody make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, so Diane has made the motion, and Terry, do you want us to?
I did a copy paste.
You did, perfect,
I don't
okay.
have to write it all.
All right,
again.
great. So on Diane's motion, which is to approve through staff with the same conditions that were placed on 7 Gooseberry prior, on Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
I'm an aye.
Very good. Abby?
Aye.
Good. Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Good night, Dinah.
Night.
All right. So Ethan has just returned from sea. Hey, so I don't know whether the word got to you out there via the semaphore that we sent out, but so there wasn't a lot of support for your, oh, look. Yeah, I got it. There we go. Okay. All right. So just for the record, we are returning, now that Ethan has joined us, we're returning to item number 2 under new business to review the roof walk skirt. Yeah. Yeah, sadly, that is the reality.
Yeah, I printed out 12 examples, but the whole neighborhood, I gotta keep printing more, but it's just a waste.
So
of paper.
Ethan,
They had them on the
we
screen.
kind of sort of saw this on the screen.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
yeah. So just to bring you up to speed, Stephen noted you also had a chimney revision, right?
Oh,
Steve,
yep.
right? Okay, I'm going to give you the whole scope. The chimney revision, Diane was not loving the new kind of stacked, the plate that you have, the rain guard thing that's up on little piers. But I'm pretty sure that the 2-foot rule has the bottom, like not the top part of that thing, the bottom part where the ashes, where that has to be 2 feet above. So that has to go up even more.
Yeah.
Does.
It's basically, you know how sometimes they want to switch a direct vent fireplace from a real fireplace and they have that metal box on top of the chimney?
Oh, is that what you're doing?
This thing is to hide.
Okay,
the
so
metal
this is not
box.
a wood burning fireplace.
No, it was originally, no, it's.
Got it.
So the idea is
that's
to
why it looks the way it
not
does.
look that big metal box up there.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was a concern, as was the skirt and its appropriateness out of town. So do you have anything else you would like to say?
The skirt's hiding the big box that's in the back of the house, good up to the roof walk.
Say that again.
The skirt is to hide the box that's in the back
Mhm.
of the roof to go up to the roof walk. You know how they have the box, the staircases inside?
Mhm.
That's what the roof walk is
So
hiding.
I'm gonna just step out on a limb here for a second, because I did think about this after, while we were waiting for you to dock. What if the skirt only went on the back?
I can do that. I just figured it looked weird.
I mean, it is something that we've done, and you
Yeah.
know, the fact that the ridge is dividing them, you can really never see both sides at the same time to know that it's inconsistent. I'm just throwing that
Okay.
out there. But so what are the opinions of the board here? Yeah, and so Val was off, Diane's on, Abby, Connie, were you on? Yeah, Connie was on this. Do you know Connie?
Oh,
This is Ethan, Connie. Connie's our new member. Stephen was on it, Abby, Diane, me. Okay,
this is my other job.
anybody?
Well, I'll ask him a question. I could go with the back
Okay.
and not on the front. But tell me again, run it by me again, the chimney. Is it necessary to have what's up there, or can you make it look more historic with the house?
Well, all it is like an old chimney would have bricks in the corner and like a slate or
Yeah, I
thin
know
piece of
what
stone
it
on top.
is.
It's to hide the metal venting system that
That's
instead of
what
steering,
I'm asking you. There's a venting system inside it, then it's not,
it sits on top of the chimney, so it's going to be inside that thing. Yes,
and
that's
you're
the
not
idea.
going to see it, okay?
Or see less of it. That's the whole the achievement. We're trying to achieve that.
Okay. Those vent things don't need to do the wood burning.
No, it'll be up
rules.
to the manufacturers.
Right.
Can you do it? Didn't we have some that had two sides
Yeah,
brick and two sides open? So say in the front facing you Point Road, you had brick, and the same in
and
the
it's
back.
open on
and
the sides. We have
were
done
open and
that.
everything. If that could be done, I would prefer that, but that's,
Okay. Well, I mean, I just went from my historic buildings all over the island that would have the four corners, because I had a chimney originally that had solid on one side, open on the others. When you have a certain wind direction, it reverse vented, came back into the house. So this way it has a chance to circulate all the way around.
Interesting.
I had a backflow.
Are you done, Dan? I'm sorry.
yep.
What was it?
So propane, it wouldn't, if it's propane, then it won't need the height. If it's a
Right.
wood burning, it would.
Correct.
So Ethan, what's the material that the cap is made of?
Like that thin stone that's used on all over the island. I don't know what it is.
Of the manufacturer.
Oh, the cap, I don't have that. They just told me they want to hide the metal thing that goes up there. They didn't give me that.
It's going to be stainless. Is
Yeah,
that
it's
what
going to be
your
shiny
question is?
stainless steel.
Well, yeah, I wanted to see if it was stainless or galvanized or.
Either it's silver, either way it's going to be.
Yeah, it's just that the Galvy is going to be it's a matte, and the stainless tends to be more of it's not like a chrome shiny, but it tends to have
It's
more of a
shiny.
gleam.
Either way, it's a metal
Right.
thing
No,
sticking
I
up.
understand that. The concern is that either way, it's a metal thing.
Yeah,
And it's still visible.
I'm trying to hide the metal thing.
Yeah, with like two little posts on.
Yeah.
4 little posts on each side.
Yeah.
So it's not really much of a hide. Yeah, I guess if it's going to be there, it's going to be there. They're not completely objectionable. I think the rule in the front, so no skirt, and city in the back, formal, is all right. And that's it.
Thank you. Connie, anything?
No, I'm in favor of the skirt on the back.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm not a big fan of doing, no skirt in the front and skirt in the back. I think it's kind of weird. So I'll wait to hear what other people say. And Ethan, was it all white or was it natural to weather or
Natural to
what was it?
weather.
All natural to weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be either all or nothing.
You mean all skirted or all not skirted?
Right.
But
But not
I think
half.
earlier you were against the skirt, correct?
Yeah, because of the way it was drawn. I think there's something squat about the skirt, Ethan. It looks very short compared to the balustrade.
If you go to the side elevations, because the roof pitch is shallow to keep the ridge low.
No, I don't.
That's why that's where the skirts
That's
land.
what she's talking about.
Yeah, it's it looks short. And my roof pitch is a 6 or something.
Let's define our terms here, Abby. When you refer to the skirt, are you talking about the horizontal piece right underneath the balustrade, or are you
Yeah.
talking about the
Underneath
infill?
that.
Yes, she's not talking about the vertical boards.
No.
She's talking about literally the skirt that is hiding the joists. That, but it's no different than any other skirt that I've seen.
It's like in all those photographs I sent.
Yeah.
Oh, just go on to the next person.
Well, I think the next person is me, and I first of all, I didn't object, or I would not have objected to the natural skirt that he's proposing all the way around. But if it will get him an approval, I'd be in favor of splitting it up and just doing it on the back where he needs it, not on the front where he doesn't need it. So that's my view. What do you think, folks? What should we do with it?
I would go with that. The skirt on the back
Skirt on the back?
and the chimney, I guess we have to do the one that he's put up, but I
Yeah, what he's drawn, there's a house down on Hulbert Avenue on the circle, between the circle around East and Hulbert, not the house right at the corner that Lisa just renovated. The one next to that has that kind of chimney. It's sort of a decorative corbelled top. It has 4 bricks at the 4 corners, and then it's got a piece of slate on top. So there is
Thing inside?
what?
Does it have the thing inside?
No, it's a wood burning fireplace. I mean, it's an old detail that keeps junk like water from going down into the
Birds.
chimney.
Exactly.
Yeah, and birds. So I think that there's historical precedent.
I've documented tons of them when I do my as-bills through.
But sounds like you're okay anyway. So Diane,
I
was your,
would give it a try. What?
yeah. So I think Diane's motion is then to approve this with the skirt on the back of the building and not on the front. Okay? Is that your motion, Diane?
Yes,
Okay, so that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Connie?
Aye.
Very good, thank you. Abby?
I'll be a nay.
Okay, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Ethan. You may return to C.
I got 2 more houses.
Oh, you have 2 more houses? Oh, okay,
Yes, yes, I see them.
I missed it off the triplet.
okay.
14, 16 sheep.
Is Matt here?
He's on the Zoom, Mr. Chair.
He's on Zoom. Hi, Matt.
How you doing, Mr. Chair?
Good. Hey, hang on. So Stephen's not sitting on your 3 at Sheep Pond, okay?
Okay.
So Jesse joined us, so I think I'm going to pull him in,
Great.
okay?
Sure.
All right. So it looks like we got a move demo of 2 buildings, correct?
Correct. So basically, this is 14 and 16 Sheep Pond Road. The structure located on each parcel. The parcels are going to be moved into one parcel. And sorry, it's a little bit loud where I am. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So the parcel's going to be moved.
Matt. Was this the project that Steve Thoreau was in with the erosion?
I'm not sure if he was.
Different? I mean, it's awfully close to this. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is a different house. This one's actually not up on cribbing. Okay, sorry, Matt. Got it. So you want to
Yeah, so there's
demo
a,
move off this building, which looks like it's circa 1973. I'm gonna guess.
1982 to be exact, Mr. Chair.
What is it?
what
82.
1982, yeah.
As old as me.
82? 82? Okay. All right, Matt, I think let's hear from Holly.
Sure.
That's it. There's
Oh, that's it.
1982
Okay, so it's
per the NHL.
it's from
data.
1982, folks. And Matt wants to move it off for demo, correct?
That is correct.
What you say, folks?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I'm just curious where it is in the locust map. It must be that one right there on the wall.
They're twin houses, huh? Can we ask Matt if he's had any interest in having them moved? For they look like they're in good condition.
You can ask them, sure.
Yeah.
Matt,
Yes, yeah, Diane. So I think there's a pretty good chance these are going to be moved. There's some discussion about being moved to other properties. There's probably a pretty good chance they're in pretty good shape. So
yeah, they look in good shape, and they're twin houses. So it would be sad to see them smashed.
Mm.
So
Yeah. No, I think we're going to make every effort to keep them. Like I said,
well, I would be in favor if you can do that.
Okay, so thank you, Diane. Any more comment on move off demo? And I suppose, are these really twins? They're the same building, 14 and 16?
I don't know if they're exact.
All right, but are they the same vintage?
Yeah.
Yes, they
Okay,
are.
so let's kind of like tie these together. I don't see any reason why not
Why
to.
is this?
See, look, there's the other
So
one.
any,
Oh, no, he went back.
there we are, there's the second one. You know,
Pretty close.
slightly different. Any more comment? No. Okay, so.
Motion to approve,
Do you want,
number 11 and 12 Sheep Pond properties, 14 Sheep Pond Road, 16 Sheep Pond Road, move off demo.
okay, that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
very good. Jesse,
Aye.
good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye. So
And-
it was Val.
Val on your motion, sorry. You said aye already?
Yep.
Val? Okay, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, so now we're on to the new dwelling. Same board.
Okay.
What is that?
Holly, would it be okay if I shared my screen?
We love that.
All right.
You get points for that.
Okay, with your permission, I can start, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So obviously, we just reviewed the two move-off demos, and you can see where the previous property line was. So this is a proposal for a new dwelling. There is a garage that is connected via a breezeway, and so we presented that. On this site plan, you'll see that there's a guest house, which we're not presenting this evening, but so we're going to be looking at the dwelling and the garage. So basically, we've done a lot of research in this area, and we actually utilize the two existing structures as, I guess, inspiration or an antecedent, if you will, in terms of the architectural detail and massing. I would say that one of the consistent themes with this area is that there's not a high level of ornamentation on the structures. They're fairly austere. And so we tried to emulate that best we could in terms of like massing and exterior trim detail. The color scheme for the house is natural trim, gray sash, so dove gray sash, and I think we have a black floor. I thought that was the most appropriate color scheme for this area. So we really want to kind of blend into the landscape. The house does have some length to it, but I would say most of that length is a function of kind of this one-story rambling section over here, which is a bedroom. And
The house has, I'm sorry, Matt, what was the word you used? The house has some what to it?
I don't remember.
What
exactly
did you
I
just say?
Rambling, maybe? Rambling?
No. Holly, did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue, Matt, I'm sorry.
No worries. So I just wanted to kind of point out that the main mass of the structure is roughly 48 feet long, which is this stretch here. We integrated the garage into it, so it wasn't a freestanding structure, and it kind of plays into our program in terms of how you enter the mudroom. But the overall length, just to get it out there, is 112 feet.
That's what I want to note something for the record here. For all of those of us who are reviewing this in paper form, the elevations are not 1/4 inch scale, they're 3/16. So it looks small, but it's not quite as small as you think. It's 27 feet high. Sorry, Matt, continue.
Right.
So yes, it's long.
Yeah, and that's a function of just the overall length. We can provide.
I'm not sure it's necessary. I just wanted to make sure the board was reading it properly. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of point out the overall length of the structure. It is 112 feet long, but the main mast is roughly 48 feet. And I would say that the overall additional length really is owed to this one-story section, which is a bedroom. We did try to really drop the height of this connector piece, and we'll see it in elevation. One of the reasons, Mr. Chair, we wanted to present the drawings is A, walk you through them, but B, we've actually, in this iteration, which is different from this printed set that you're looking at, is we've actually dropped the height to 25 feet. This structure does fall within the Nantucket village zone. So even though it's pretty far out there, it's right in the periphery. And so it does need to be, it can't be any taller than 25 feet, which I think is something that I think the board would be happy with. As far as the elevations are concerned, again, we tried to keep the language really simple. We didn't feel that this area is conducive to an overly ornate building in terms of like exterior details, complex details. So we really tried to keep it fairly simple. We want the building to be as contextual as possible. This was the view from the street. The right side of the elevation here, this is that bedroom addition. And in order to have a really strong visual break, we dropped the roof line. It's actually a flat roofed element here with vertical 1x6 natural cedar. The intent here was that it might actually appear as if it's a board fence, and so that it almost appears as if it's a kind of a freestanding element, if you will. We've provided two elevations, so drawings 1 and drawing 3. Drawing 1 shows the garage, and this is what the actual elevation would look like. We did do a cutaway section, which is drawing 3, which just shows you what that elevation looks like. It's the distance between, or the elevation that's between or obstructed by the garage. Let's go back to the west elevation here. Just on the west elevation, obviously the building has some length to it. Cross-sectionally, it's kind of
That was the word. Did you say height? The building has height to it?
I guess I don't know, to be honest.
You just said it, Matt. What did you say? Light or height?
Cross-sectionally.
No, he said the building has some either light or height to it. Length? Yes. Length. Thank you.
Sorry. It's hard to say, like, what word did you just say? So I just, because I've been saying a lot of them, so I apologize if I can't recall which one in particular you're focusing on. So, okay, so south elevation, which is the rear elevation, this is what faces the water. Again, natural trim, dove gray sash, natural cedar roof. There's obviously more fenestration on the back of the building that faces the water. Again, all the exterior trim details, we try to keep fairly simple, fairly benign. And like I said,
Matt, you've said enough. Okay? Are we
sorry.
good? Come on. We got it.
Okay.
Holly, do you have anything to say? Nantucket Advisory? No? Okay. So the drawings that we're looking at, just for the record, are showing 27 feet, but it's actually going to 25, correct?
Correct.
All right. Other than that, no changes, right?
Correct.
So the main mass, which is at 27, will drop to 25. Everything else remains the same.
Yes, that's correct. The two, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now the height revision, is that a roof pitch change or is that an eave dropping?
It's both. It's a plate drop and a roof pitch change to a 9.
Okay, Matthew, thank you. Who would like to start? Val?
I appreciate the simplicity of the forms. I do think it's rather large. But I didn't go out there recently, so maybe there's some buildings of equal size. I appreciate the color. It's natural, right?
It's all natural, right?
Yeah.
Except for the sash.
Correct. Yep, natural gray sash.
Okay.
Right.
I appreciate the colors. That's great. I was just struggling to grasp the overall size because we're used to the 1/4 inch scale, and this seems small in the scale. But the only other comment I have is, what is the section with the natural boards that connect on the north side, on the right side of the building, connect like what looks like a smaller cottage to the structure? Is that a fence?
No, it's
It's
supposed to
actually-
look like a fence.
Yeah, we're trying to make it look like a fence, but it's actually enclosed space. It's fairly narrow, fairly small. It's a connection to a bedroom, first floor bedroom.
No, I think it's
So
this.
basically it has a flat roof on it.
Correct.
And that's natural as well.
Correct.
And aside from that, I do think there's way too much fenestration on the south, but I'll reserve my final word on that till I go out and run around the area.
Okay. Is that it, Val?
Yep.
Diane, you ready?
Yep, my thought is, I appreciate the simplicity of it and the different heights of it. However, I think that it's for that area, and if I can get out there, I will, as to the length of the whole building. And on the west elevation, the deck is on the right side, is I don't know how long it is. I don't have any measurements, but it looks kind of long for me. It looks a little long.
This?
Yeah, that's 21, and the deck above it is larger than 8 feet. I think we should try and keep in there. I don't know if there's any way to turn part of it and make it fit in rather than a whole string across. I would prefer to see it scoop a little bit because I think that's just a long building to have out there. It's really out on the edge of the moor. It's a big property, but it is a long piece, and I think the windows, the amount of windows on the south are heavy, are many, and perhaps with some consideration, it should be less. There's nothing much preventing them from viewing what is around because they're there, but it's a big piece of property and it's up in the corner. You have plenty of room to bring some of it around and break it down a little bit. I think that's it.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Jesse?
Thank you. Yes, I love the simplicity and the natural colors, and it really helps with the size of the building. I'm fine with the height where it's at.
1460.
Overall, I think it's a nice design. I would like to see if we could try to make it look a little less long from at least the east view. I'm not too sure how we could do that. You might be able to move the garage in, or we
Right.
can move that second piece in. But if we
There's nothing hiding
could,
it.
thank you. If we
It's gonna
could
exist.
work on the overall length, to see if that could come a little bit less long. And then I don't think we'll see much of the west side, but there is
Wide
a,
open.
okay, I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, look at it. We should maybe hold it
But there
for
is a lot of
view.
fenestration on it.
Sorry, what was the tail end of what you said?
There's, the west side has a lot of fenestration.
Okay,
That's it.
all right, let's see. Abby,
Yeah, thank you. I kind of wish the garage had a little more space between it and the main building. I think if we're driving by, we're gonna see that as part of the main, and I think it would be better to have some breathing room between the two. I think the connector with that master bedroom, I think it's odd without any fenestration or any detail. It's reading as a wall, which I guess you wanted, but it's just very odd and sort of like an empty canvas. The chimney, I sometimes I see it, sometimes I don't. I guess I see it on the number 3. Yeah. So I kind of wish that was more towards the middle of the building to break up some of the massing, but just seems a little short or something. I don't know. But no, I appreciate the austereness, and I'm a little concerned about the fenestration on the rear of the house. I think it's kind of over fenestrated. I'd like to see that reduced. That's all I have. Thanks.
thanks, Abby. Yeah, I agree that this is an attractive and, well-designed for its context, which is very austere and exposed. So like the overall plan, my only 2 issues are on the south. One is the amount of fenestration, as a number of other people have said. And the other one, I'm going to put my John McLaughlin hat on for a moment and just remark at how incredibly deep the porch is on the first floor. And then it's got an accompanying deck on the second floor, which projects out also quite a bit. And I think that, I have, some familiarity with that area out there and what you can see from the beach. And I'm pretty certain that all this is going to be pretty visible from the beach. And as viewed from the west side, you'll be seeing that very wide porch in profile. So that's really my main concern, but I think in general, the house is well done. And the fact that it's long doesn't bug me so much because a lot of it is single story. It's natural to weather. It's got that sort of long rambling kind of house effect. So less of a problem for me. That's it. What should we do with this, folks? I heard something about a view because
I thought maybe a view would help us to see how exposed
Mhm.
it is, what the land is like, and there isn't any vegetation higher than
2 inches.
18 inches.
Yeah.
18 inches. I
Grass.
know that area very well,
Yeah.
and it's sleek and nothing grows.
Yeah.
Even the oak
Oh,
is
No,
very hard to
yeah.
pick up there, and the Rosa rugosa, neither one are good growers there. So I don't know, maybe it would be good to have a view so people can see how it fits in.
and some revisions
Yeah, some
based on our
revisions.
comments. Okay.
Yeah.
So the motion. So Diane's. Did somebody say something?
I just said, okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah. The motion is some revisions and a view for those people that are concerned about how this is going to be seen from the beach.
Wait, I have another question.
Val's got another question.
Can we have some stakes from end to end?
Oh, can you do that for us, Matt?
Sure, we can do that.
Not the,
Not
not the
height,
overall height, just
just
so
length.
we know
Oh, nice. Oh,
You know,
sure.
the stakes can be 4 feet tall, just so we can see the length.
the main
Yes.
house, and then there's a little space, and then there's a garage or a guest house.
Yeah, we could do that. We can stake out the guest house.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It's a lot easier than Ridgepole, so thank you.
Yeah. Well, you know, the fact I think we all love this idea that Nantucket has that imposed 25-foot rule. That's really great. It's helped us a lot. All right. So on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay. See you next time. And well, you might have some more up. Let's see. 9 Orange Street. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. Rumor has it that the pizza has arrived. Is that?
Rumor has it that the pizza's been held up, and we're working out the financial details.
Oh, so there is no pizza back there? No pizza. That's just a rumor, so you don't need to sit off. I'm
Take
kidding.
that back.
I'm kidding. No, so, okay. So, well, hold on. Do we have somebody to rep 9 Orange Street? Maybe? No.
I don't see anybody in the queue, Mr. Chair.
No? Okay. How about 3 Meadow Lane? Okay. How about 8 Ash Street?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Elizabeth. All right. You're the lucky one. Now, we need to do some stuff for a second. Okay, can I have a motion from one of the members to hold items 14 and 15 for representation?
So moved.
Okay, that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Let's do, Carrie just arrived. So Carrie,
Aye.
very good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that's holding items 14 and 15. And now we're going to move along to 8 Ash Street. Val is sitting off. So we'll have, oh, Carrie, why don't we have you sit on this? Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
All right. Have you met our new
Yes, I just
member,
introduced
by the way?
myself.
Okay, yeah, great. So now everyone knows everyone. All right, Elizabeth, it's yours.
Okay, so this is a project, there's a renovation going on in a small addition.
Uh-huh.
It's a very sloping lot. There's a retaining wall because the neighbor to the south is higher and then the neighbor to the north is significantly lower. There's an existing pergola that's illustrated in a purple outline that's in a setback. So we were thinking about removing that pergola and making one that would be conforming to the south side of the property, where they would enjoy kind of the connection to the kitchen area, to an existing patio, and also to give them some reprieve from the sun. There's already an existing patio there, pretty extensive. We have photos of that. Also retaining walls, which we would reciprocate the nature of the walls using the same material. And then a small patio, there's big hedges, they're there, they're healthy. This site is well screened from the street. I don't think that you would know what it looks like if you were to walk by it. So I think those are the general pieces of the garden that we're proposing.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I just want to mention that historic information for all applications, regardless of what it is, should be provided on the application. For context, this is a circa 1765 Benjamin Barney, typical Nantucket for Benjamin Barney Cooper. It's actually a 2-story. The L was added in the rear after 1834 and then reconstructed in 1990s. And then recently this year, you all approved a side addition. From staff's comments, staff's perspective, proposed bluestone patio and stepping stones are too formal for this pre-Civil War structure. Brick is more appropriate and exists on site and conforming with the historic structures in the neighborhood. Or retain the existing irregular patio material that's on the site right now. The material and retaining walls are very formal and rigid. I also do have comments for your consideration from the former HSAB members, along with Mary Bergman. They said the new isolated pergola just 5 feet from Ash Lane will be very visible and seems out of place in this historic setting. Historic photos of similar structures would be helpful to validate using such a structure here. Adding more stone to this backyard will be very overwhelming. Some green lawn space would help to mitigate that. The existing patio is irregular stone. Square cut bluestone is not a historic material. Brick would be preferred. Staff's recommendations would be to reduce the amount of the patio proposed and create more of an appropriate historic feel to the site and less formal and modern. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thanks a lot. All right, folks, our turn.
Well, I'll go if you want.
That would be great, Diane. Go ahead.
First of all, those steps going all the way up to the left side of the house are not appropriate.
Okay.
Why do we have to have such an extensive fence? The retaining wall, why do we need to have that retaining wall going along and behind the tree? Is there that much difference in what the front of the house is to the side?
Are you talking about the new sort of C-shaped retaining wall?
Yeah.
The one that runs through where the existing pergola is?
Yeah,
Okay.
why is that there? I've been on the property. I was never aware that there was anything that deep that needed to be retained for such a large amount of space. Actually, I don't know why the pergola is too close to the wall, but I prefer the old pagoda than the new one. I don't think the new one has very much old charm or anything else. I think it's just yet another square in the lawn, and this is an old house, and they really didn't live so squarely in the old days. And I'd like to see it go, and there's another fieldstone retaining wall along the other side. And I understand the existing fence that separates the two, but this is an old property in an old house, as Holly said, and I think it needs to be more in keeping in its background than 2022. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So this is between Ash Street and Ash Lane?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And when everybody's talking about the pergola, they're talking about the one on Ash Lane, correct?
Well, so right now there's an existing pergola that is, you can see in the photographs, it's covered over with what looks like wisteria.
Right.
That is in the setback. So Elizabeth is proposing to remove that one, which is more on the Ash Street side, and put a new one in more on the Ash Lane side, the diagonally across the property.
But there's no pergola on Ash Street going,
Right.
you're
No,
just
there would
proposing,
not be. Right, there would not be anymore.
right, you're just proposing bluestone patio
Right.
there.
Yeah. To
And then on
replace
the back,
yeah.
Okay, and then the
Yes.
pergola now is on Ash Lane where you've proposed the pergola.
Mhm.
Is there existing vegetation to hide it from?
Yeah, there's garden, there's large trees, both on the neighbors, there's a privet hedge. And I think if you were to do a view, you would see like, when you walk by there, you really can't see into the garden very much. Maybe now because
Right.
of construction, it's more open. But
Well,
as it was like
yeah.
on the images, when I first went there, like you really didn't know what was behind the hedges in this garden. And I could also provide topography, so that you can understand, the need for the retaining walls. There are some retaining walls there, but they're failing. They're failing rather rapidly, and I think a good thing
No,
to do would be to rebuild some of them.
I get it. It's in my neighborhood where I
Mhm.
walk my dog, so on both streets. So I'm pretty, there's a lot of sort of fun openness where people do have this sort of thing. And it's, I mean, I think we could reduce some of the bluestone, but getting back to on the lane where you have the pergola, if we could go down a bit, we could bring it down a bit. So right there where it says, well, I can't read it on my screen, but it says, what does it say?
Proposed
I think
natural
it says,
weather.
it's, oh yeah, here it is. Existing patio to be enlarged to bluestone. I'm just wondering how much bluestone around that pergola is there? And is there any chance that could have more of a lawn?
I mean, I think
rather
maybe
than so much hardscape.
Well, maybe we could grow the garden a little bit. Maybe we could reduce the depth of the pergola somewhat. I think they would like to be able to sit there.
Yeah.
And so if you have the pergola and then furniture, I think the lawn might get on the muddy side. But certainly we could reduce it a little bit, maybe enlarge the garden somewhat and make sure that there's plants growing on it like there was on the other side.
Right. It's a little hard for me to see, and I was working off my phone and trying to figure this out beforehand. But I think just in general, if we were to have more green lawn and less hardscaping, I think I'd be okay with what you've proposed.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Sure. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
So I think a smaller pergola, a little bit further away from the street, and you're basically just kitty quartering it on the lot. I'm okay with that. I think that the details should be simpler, just a square edge plumb cut. Just in keeping with the house, and maybe just, simple squared off, any of the details, any of the trim, more in keeping with like a plank frame window of the house style. Oh, and the other thing is, I think, restrained height is going to be important. I don't know what the height is now, but
Height of the pergola?
yeah, I think the restrained height is, it shouldn't be 6'4" interior clearance, but I don't think it needs to be much taller than,
It's 8'5".
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
it's 8'5" to the bottom.
yeah, I'd say more like 7 feet to the bottom in the interior.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that
Thank
it?
you. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks,
Thank you.
Stephen. Carrie.
Yeah, I agree with Stephen. I also think that we should try to retain the organic cut stone versus the hard edge rectangular bluestone. But I'm okay with this also because this really is hedged in, and I know there's a lot of arbors, there's a lot of fences, there's a lot of sort of garden woodwork in this neighborhood. And that's all. I'm also, the retaining walls, as long as they're in keeping with what's there and not different stonework, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. The only thing that I have to add, I generally agree with everything that's been said, particularly the scale of the new pergola. It wants to be more diminutive. The other thing that's not clear from your drawings is the retainage. It doesn't say top of wall, bottom of wall. We're assuming the slope. We're assuming that one of the walls is facing into the property. The other one is facing out of the property, that being the one in the area of the current pergola. So it would be helpful to have top of wall, bottom of wall established, show some topo so that we know exactly what we're approving, because right now it's kind of unclear. That's it for me, but so should we,
So we'll hold for some minor revisions and additional information.
here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. On Stephen's motion, let's see. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Abby,
I,
great. Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
All right.
And I'm in favor. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you
Motion
so
carried.
much.
Yep,
Mhm.
bye. Okay, Matthew, we're back to you at 39 Monomoy. And do we have Val back? Okay. May I open this?
Yes, I can open it.
Thank you.
I
Oh,
got-
I'll need some of
I
that.
ordered a few.
Thank you.
I think you like.
I just love these things. I'm going to use Elizabeth's drawings for my paper plate. Thank you, Diane. Okay, so I guess Matthew. He's up
Actually,
top.
going to be representing this to start at least. Matt might be logging in shortly.
I'm sorry, who just said that?
My name is John Hayford. I work for Matt McEachern and Emeritus.
Oh, okay. Did you get, Terry, did you get that?
Yep, I did.
There's the
Do
regular.
you want me to go ahead?
What?
I'm good.
Yeah.
So my battery runs out.
Yeah, so, John, you have the regular board on this one, okay?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
So this is a building you're probably all familiar with. It's at the end of Monomoy. The existing main mass, we believe, is built around the 1920s, which we're looking to keep intact. We're not looking to make really any changes to the facade. We have some photographs of that. We're mainly looking to edit the back of the structure, which we believe was built later. And most of the addition will be not visible from the road. We are also looking to move it further from the side setback, about 5 feet. So we would also need to be putting a new foundation underneath this. If you look at the main facade photo images, you'll see that the proposed is primarily the same as the existing, with exception that I believe we shifted the chimney in that's on the side. And then we're looking to demolish the back massing, which is set much further back.
Okay.
And then the addition is primarily on the back, as you can see there, which would be hidden from the Monomoy.
Right?
The main noticeable change from the road would be that one chimney. And then from maybe some acute angles, you might see small bits of the back massing.
Okay. That it?
That's all I have to add.
All right.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I do have staff comments for your consideration.
Thank you.
So, you're welcome. So for the record, this is Nantucket, also known as Turn of the Road, a circa 1920 colonial revival. It does have an HDC survey on file. And per a book called An Enclave, Monomoy Heights from 1852 to 2005 by C.S. Lovelace, this structure was built by Ethel and Lewis E. Black in 1924. Most of this historic structure is proposed for demo. What exactly of the historic fabric will be retained besides the facade? The proposed removal of the salt box portion of the structure eliminates a character defining feature that has slightly projected from behind the dwelling and seen from Monomoy Road for almost 100 years. Instead, the proposed addition sticks on a very large mass with very modern dormer and porch additions. The addition doesn't feel additive at all, with the middle mass ridge and the addition's ridge being elevated to look like a large ridge higher than the main gable mass, also eliminating the gable end whitewashed exterior chimney for a faux chimney removes a character-defining feature of this contributing 1924 colonial revival, a feature that is visible from the public way. It's a shame it needs this colonial revival features. And I would recommend a rethought out to this overall proposal. I did also want to mention for the record that there, in that book that I referenced, there's some significant, a little bit history more into the neighborhood. For instance, the gentleman who owned the structure between 1967 and 1992, within the time of its contributing status as well, Steve Williams, he was a photographer in the 70s and 80s, and he owned a photography place in Philadelphia. And he was noted for his galleries and workshops, and conducted leading photographers. Just a note on the added additions that you see existing, he engaged Robert Minot to design a wing to the family's new house in Monomoy that included a studio with a dark room and all the trappings needed for his professionalism. So there's history that this structure has evolved when. I just don't think this particular addition that's proposed emulates the colonial revival in its history. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Who would like to start on this one?
I'm kind of ready.
You ready?
First of all, I think it's important enough that we have a view. It's probably on the view, but I didn't get out there. I mean, I know the house, but I not in this detail. And just from looking at the existing situation, I think getting rid of that salt box rather than incorporating it into the new, the new design, I think it's a mistake because it's a chance to keep its character. And I think, now on the back of the house and on the sides, it just, I don't mean to say cookie cutter, but I'm just grasping for words. We have something existing that has a lot of character. And I think to put something, it just doesn't seem to have the same old feel as what's there. So I would like to see, I'd like to see you work more with the older profiles and the old additive massing. That's my first swing.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Abby. Who's next?
Well, I'll go if you want.
Very good, Diane. Thanks.
I think from what we see and the year that the house was built and whatever that in the proposed things, we've lost the whole thing of the house. You couldn't, you don't pick any part up of the old house that was built in 1924. The height and of the buildings, the chimney is gone. The chimney is one thing. It's an exterior chimney, but it's one of the ones you see very clearly as you drive along Monomoy Road. The deck on the proposed south elevation is much larger than what we usually ask for having, and it doesn't, to me, pick up or say, look, I'm in an old building and this is how I look. It doesn't, they've lost that. I'm just surprised about how much is being demolished or taken away. I'd like to see it come back with a little different point of view. I think it's too big and too blocky to be where it is on Monomoy. And it should have some parts of the old building that you should be able to say, there's the old mass, and I don't see that at all. So that's what I got to say.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Okay, Val, you ready? Stephen?
Few more minutes.
Okay, Stephen, you ready?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Can we go to the proposed west elevation and the existing? Perfect, thank you. So on the proposed, I think the part that isn't bubbled in looks good, and the part that's bubbled in looks inappropriate. On the next elevation is the north.
I think I know what you just said. Could you repeat that? No, this is good. Say it
Go
again.
back up, please.
He was making a funny.
On the proposed west elevation, the part that isn't bubbled in looks appropriate, and the part that is bubbled in looks
He's
inappropriate.
being funny.
Oh,
Just in
I-
other words, anything that changed is
Yeah.
inappropriate.
Just try to keep
Yeah,
it.
could you speak
No.
a little louder? Because I want to hear something funny, please.
No, that was pretty funny. Well, at least I thought it was funny. He said that the part that's bubbled is inappropriate, which means the
Yeah.
part that's being changed.
No, I think that's funny. That is funny.
I know.
And that-
Okay, anyway.
On the north elevation, the proposed mic comments are the same. And then on the east elevation, I'm going to carry that theme over. And on the south elevation, the same. That's it.
All right. So, John, I think my sentiments on this echo what pretty much basically every member of the board has said, which is, excuse me, that the additions aren't really respecting the existing fabric. And there's no distinction between what's new and what's existing. It just all sort of bleeds together. It's all the same height. There's no variation. There's no subordination of the addition. I think my comments are in line with what's already been said by the rest of the members. So I think we can move this for some revisions, right, folks?
Yes, hold for a vision.
And if you want to do a view, could you add that
Yeah,
now?
oh yeah, absolutely. That would be a great idea. Thank you. Oh, sorry, what, Holly?
Everybody sort of said what I
I'm
would
sorry,
say.
Val.
That's okay.
I'm really sorry.
It's basically what everybody has said. It's too big. It dwarfs the historic house. It needs to be rethought. And you can see this, especially the south, when you're bending the corner. So I think specific to that, it really needs to be rethought.
Oh, thanks a lot. Okay, thanks, Val. Now we can have that motion. Somebody?
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
There we go. And for those of you that are interested in viewing, that's certainly the option. So Val, Diane has made a motion for revisions. On that motion?
Can I get a clarification on that?
Yeah.
Was that revisions along the lines of a thoughtful redesign?
I think that they should take a hint from what we said, all of us, without telling him how to do it. I feel that they, as architects, should know if you say you can't do this, then they'll catch the drift.
Gotcha.
John, just to sort of paraphrase that, I think that sometimes we say move for minor revisions. These are, I think the board is suggesting that the revisions that we're looking for would not go under the classification of minor.
Minor.
Okay, so that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Diane, on your motion. I'll get it
Aye,
right
aye,
someday.
aye.
And I'm in favor too. Thank you, John. Okay, I'm going to get to take a water break because Lisa's here for a few things.
Okay, where are we in the rotation?
It's got to be
Connie, I believe.
Connie,
Connie's
okay.
turn.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Connie in a long time.
No we're on 16 Easton.
Yeah.
Good evening, Lisa.
Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm not sure I'm gonna be here next week. And then, no, I'll be there the week
New guest
after.
house.
No worries.
I think, okay.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna start
I
now.
sent some, Adrian, I sent a second email to Esmeralda to show the photo of the existing building. This is 16 Easton Street. We originally were we are still taking down the existing garage, but rather than doing two smaller buildings in front of the main house, we're proposing to build a larger structure to one side and then keep the one small structure to the other side. So I think I did send a photo of the existing building as seen from the road. So everybody remember, oh, those are the renderings. Sorry, that's the proposed. I sent a second one to Esmeralda just while I was sitting here. Hopefully it went through. That's a photo of the existing structure that we are taking down or having moved, and we're going to replace that with a gambrel version of that building, which is what you see in the drawings. Yes, does that make sense? Okay.
I think so. So this is a residence garage.
Renderings of it photoshopped in next to the those. So the east elevation faces into the drive court. The north elevation faces the road, and I have some revisions to that on a small piece of paper here. And then the south elevation faces the south, which is towards the water. And obviously the west elevation faces the neighbor. So we're just using the same details from the main house, the 6/1 windows, gambrel. I do have these little sketches, which unfortunately I don't have in email form. Make that feel more like a little potting shed at the end rather than just a weird open porch.
Which is the elevation that's on Easton Street?
The north. That one with the deck.
Okay.
Abby, the one with the deck and the door, the single door and the two windows is the one that faces Easton.
Yeah, I was, right. Are we gonna hear from HSAB or?
Well, we're gonna let her finish and then I'll pick it up from there. Thank you, Abby.
So I just, Abby, and unfortunately I don't have I could email it to Adrian. I just submitted a little sketch of turning that porch roof into more of a potting shed kind of look, rather than just have it be an open porch. But that's it. If anybody has any questions?
Okay, we'll do H7, then we'll go to,
Okay.
or Holly comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have staff comments and you have Historic Structures Advisory Group comments for advisory. So for the record, 16 Easton Street, this was the former site of the 1880s driftwood and the 1954 driftwood, both demolished or proposed to be. The proposal in a similar location of the previous garage, although closer to Easton Street, the front should face Easton Street, and I believe that's is that the north elevation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This-
What do they mean by front? The garage?
This structure right here, that should be facing Easton Street?
That is facing Easton
Okay,
Street.
that's what I wanted, that was one thing I wanted to clarify. The second floor balcony door should be smaller, lights with kick panels. It would be great to see how this structure relates to the new main home, understanding they're both gambrels. The other second floor balcony door, again, should be smaller with lights and kick panels. And then possibly another detail to carry over from the main dwelling would be to shingle the rail to be more in line with the main home. Those are staff comments. Comments from this group. It would be preferable to have the front rather than the back of this building face the street. This section of Easton Street does have a mix of informal building types on the street, but this is an opportunity to have one that properly address Easton Street. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. And those were yours too, in there?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, any questions before we start?
Yeah, I don't quite understand HSAB's comment about they would prefer to see what elevation facing Easton Street. I didn't understand that.
The south?
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I think the south, I think, oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, through you, actually, both my comments and the advisory group had the same sentiment that the front should be facing, addressing the street, not necessarily the harbor.
Yeah.
So the current south elevation.
Actually, it would be, I believe the current north
Would be north elevation.
is facing the street.
That's right. And you would like the south to face the street?
No.
No.
Just wanted to confirm that that was what was facing the street. So
Yeah.
that
Oh,
it
okay.
has presence on the street, unlike,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's fine.
Well,
So Abby, did that answer your question or do you need some more clarification?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with it. So I thought what was proposed seems appropriate. I guess that would be our main concern. So if we could go to the north elevation. So that's what faces Easton.
That's correct.
I just think that I don't quite understand why the shed roof doesn't, fit exactly into the contours of the mansard.
I think I just made a note of my drawings that it should be symmetrical.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, it just looks, it just doesn't
Looks
look like
odd.
you intended that.
Yeah.
I don't have an objection to that. I think what I might have an objection to is the size of the whole building. It seems rather absurdly large for a garage. I mean, it looks like it looks like a very large house already. And I don't, could we go to the site plan, please?
Yeah, and on the site plan, you can see it is a little bit longer than what's there, but not significantly.
Yeah.
It had
I
the
think,
porch had some length.
So in lieu of what's going on next door and the, that we talk about these things, we're looking at the drawings, black and white drawings, but the reality of these buildings is it's amazing how much impact they have. And I think personally, I think this should be reduced. So you don't coming around Brant Point or on Easton Street, when you see these in a row, it's going to be a walls of buildings. So I think that the garage, supposed garage, should be reduced in size. I don't have any problem with its orientation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, thank you, Abby. Who would like to go next?
I will.
Go ahead, Val.
Lisa,
Mhm.
you got 2 buildings approved, right?
We have
Before?
3. We have the main house and then 2 small buildings.
I think that if we had, how those were sitting, it would also be helpful because
They were more in line with each other. Meaning if you go to the site plan, the other small building mirrored the one that still exists. And then there was a garage right up on the street. So there were 4 buildings originally approved.
Right, so I guess my point to that was to compare how much building structure was already approved versus now consolidating it into
One building,
would be
which we-
helpful to see,
Okay.
I think. And I think the renderings help a lot. Did you guys get these?
Yeah.
I think for myself, I like the porch being open on the street rather than closed in, so it's less structure. And I do love it as a gambrel because I think that makes it tie in with the house really well. And I don't disagree with the pane structure on the door, so it's more in keeping with the 6 light in the windows. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I like the little building with the open on the first floor, also facing north. I think it's welcoming. You could sit there, or you could put more flowers out there, but it introduces you to the whole driveway up to the front door. I think what strikes me, I guess at the moment, is the humongous house that's going on next to it, and how close it is to this building. It's a big building and sort of diminishes what is there, at least in the front. I think the garage should not get so big, because one of the things is going along and looking down the driveway and seeing the house. I think that the garage perhaps should be reduced somewhat, so you have more space between the buildings going down, because on the picture that I have that I'm looking at shows that building next to it, and it just makes a huge conglomeration of building that I think.
Let's see the picture, Diane. I'm not sure what you're looking at.
That's the north elevation, right?
That's right. So what are you suggesting, that we make our building smaller because the building next door is so big?
No,
No?
not make it smaller. I make you, shorter? Going down the driveway, just.
Oh, I got it.
Just to, I don't know, to put more room in, by the time this gets done, and the hedge and all the rest of the stuff, you lose the enjoyment of the house that you got. So you need to make it, I think you should make it more open, and perhaps not have quite as much on this last shot, so there's more space in between the buildings to give it
Right, I think if you look at the last rendering, which I actually don't have on the screen, I don't think, which is, yeah, I think that's taken from the driveway. I think this is the angle that you're seeing this at. This is across the street at a mailbox looking in, versus the real approach is going to be straight on, and you'll see the house, and this will be much more in perspective. And I think
Lisa, what building is that described as the tall one?
That is this, right? Hold on. This, yeah, but different direction.
No, this is the front.
Here.
No, that's the street.
This.
Yeah. Right.
so that is in basically the same location, the same dimension as the building that is there, than this south
Well,
elevation.
If you're looking at it just from the street, I think this opening is better than closing it off.
That's the building that's existing.
Yeah. But the front door is still not facing.
No, it doesn't face Easton Street now. The way the current building is designed,
Yeah.
the front door is facing the water, is facing south. And we kept that same
But
vocabulary
it is now back here. That is the front.
of the main house.
Yeah. So
Yes.
that is facing the thing.
Yes. So that's really hopefully the draw when you pull in the driveway, that you'll see that building in the back. And
Yeah. I think that's good. Anyway, I like this. I think it's a good beginning without putting windows up to stop it. So that's all. That's quite a building, isn't it?
You good, Diane?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, great. Connie?
I think the gambrel is very pleasing. It looks really nice.
the garage does look very large as compared to the house, but maybe that's just the way the drawing's pictured. But yeah, I don't have any other additional comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just in terms, just if I can just, it is smaller. I think the garage footprint is, maybe 1,400 square feet and the house is 3,400. So it's dramatically smaller.
The house portion.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have much to add. I think the house next door, which isn't obviously what we're talking about tonight, is huge.
Huge.
I don't know who approved that. The structure that we're looking at now, I think you've done a good job of stepping the size up as it goes back. More importantly, stepping the size down as it comes towards the street. And other than recentering the covered porch on the mass, the house portion of the structure and the north elevation, I wouldn't have anything to add. What do we want to do with this, folks?
Well, I'll try a motion.
Okay.
Did everybody speak? I would make a motion to approve through staff with the door facing this street, which is the north, being a more standardized in-town door, the 12 light with the kick panel. Keeping the porch open, which is actually what our drawings are, and
Fixing this view.
oh, right, altering the porch on the north side so that it's more symmetrical.
Symmetrical or centered?
Centered.
I mean, are you good with the existing width? Just center it up?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to be clear. Okay. On Val's motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, and I'm an aye. So that's 4 in favor, 1
Great. Thank you.
abstention. And Val, you'll write that up?
Yep.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we're going to move on. Lisa, you've got another one?
Yep, 46 Easton.
46 East.
This is the cottage. What's fondly known as the cutty.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Carrie, you want to be on this one?
Are you stepping away?
I'm writing what I just said.
Oh, sure.
Who's in the rotation?
I think I'm next.
He is.
Jesse. Okay, and Val, you're going to step back?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lisa, your board is Diane, myself, Carrie, Jesse, and Abby.
Okay, thank you.
Center the porch. The door.
And you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll wait till Adrian's able to get up the drawings of this
Right.
building.
Front door.
This is the existing building that's on the road. It's called the Cuddy. It is. I can't remember. I think it's from the 50s. It doesn't show up at 47. Okay, for some reason I didn't think it showed up on the 49 fire maps. I mean, I have the 49. Oh, no, there it is. You're right. It's so small I couldn't see it. So 47. It is the door currently faces Easton Street, one of the doors. It has no stoop. So, and one of the challenges with this site, if I don't think you guys probably remember, is it's within the DEP jurisdiction. So there's a very severe amount of, or how do I say that? Lack of area that can be added to this site. So we are proposing not moving the building back because it's in violation of the front yard setback now, and then to add, so we remove that door that faces Easton Street because we don't have the space to actually add a landing and steps to it when the building raises to meet the floodplain. So we took that door and moved it onto the east side and then did an addition. So there is a door on the east side now, but so we basically removed the door that faces Easton Street and moved it on to the east side. And then the other thing that we're asking for is an addition onto the building. And in order to facilitate the addition, because that knee wall is so low at the back of the building, and again, we're so restricted in terms of how much we can add, we actually we're requesting to raise the roof slightly on the cuddy part or the existing part of the building, so that it works with the rear addition that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Lisa had mentioned, this is a circa 1947, the cuddy. And the proposal before you is obviously the addition, a reno, and also to elevate the structure. Because of obviously the floodplain. So for that, I just want to make a comment for the record that we will need an elevation certificate. We'll have to follow resilient Nantucket design guidelines. We should also have a historic determination because of those design guidelines on a historic resource. And then also along with Auburn Cottage that you've all looked at already, the main dwelling on the house, on the lot, MHC, due to the Chapter 91, also reviewed. And I just want to remind the commission that MHC was fine with the proposals for everything on this property, provided the proponent receive a certificate of appropriateness from the HDC. So I just want to reiterate that in the record. From staff's perspective, the existing structure E-forward, it is E-forward, and it should be kept addressing as E-forward with the door along the street, regardless of the proposed interior program. Understanding not wanting to move it out and have it conforming with the setbacks, if that is doable. Appreciate the addition being added to the rear and keeping the 4-bay elevation along the street. The piers and panels proposed should relate to the Auburn Cottage. I couldn't remember how that was being done, but it should be consistent. If moving the structure back off the street is something that could be done, it would allow being able to keep the structure addressing the street as it is historically, again, a character defining feature, and allow a space for a front stoop with stairs that could go to the side. Recommend keeping the salt box roof while elevating. And then I also have an overall comment, and this is pretty much for all historic structures, to please show the proposed, or no, sorry, never mind, to please show the proposed BFE and DFE on the plans, on the elevation. So those are the comments. And then from staff, and then I do have this advisory group with some similar comments. The small cottage was built in 1947, which is well within our period of significance. The existing salt box profile should be maintained instead of altering it into a slightly skewed gable. Removing the front door completely changes the historic look and presence to the eastern street. It should be discussed if this cottage can be moved back several feet to allow the existing front door to be accessed from a new stoop. The new elevated building will tower over the sidewalk if not moved back. Brick piers seem oddly wide. They should be closer to 16 inches or 20 inches square, and those are their comments. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. All right, who'd like to start?
Oh, I wanted to point out one thing, if anybody went by the site. The building the main house is much higher off the, above the grade than this building will be. This is in the flood zone of elevation 7, puts the finished floor around 8. The main house is at almost 11, which is still well below what the requirement is, but because it's a historic structure, we're able to go below 14, which is what the requirement is. And then the piers on the main house were brick with a lime wash paint with V-groove in between, and we're proposing to match that. You can see, and just wanted to point out, you can see how close it is to the property line right now. If we had to put the steps on that building, it would have to move that much closer to the existing Auburn Cottage, which is really why we proposed putting moving the door to the side where the existing door, there is already an existing door.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to start?
They're in a setback.
Dan, you ready?
You're gonna move the building back. Put it in.
Right.
Karen,
I'll go if you want.
Yes, please, Abby.
Okay, so could we go back to the elevation, starting with the north? So is there any way to make the screen? Okay, thank you. Okay, there I see it north. So Lisa, we're going to leave the house where it is and just raise it in the same, like, we're going to leave it in situ.
That's what we're hoping to do, and which is why we eliminated the door, because the steps, if we had to put steps in, they would be literally on town property. They'd be in the sidewalk. And you'll
Yeah,
see in the existing conditions that there's no stoop there now. The door just hangs
No,
out.
Yeah, I think this is a really sensitive renovation to a little old, 40s cottage. And I think it's very appropriate. I do miss the salt box profile, but you can't have both. There's
I might
no
be able to
way.
get that back to some degree. It's just right now, the low wall is only at 4 feet, so it's pretty
Lisa,
restricted.
I'm going to ask her not, that's fine. I'm just going to ask not to go back and forth.
Yeah,
Abby, do you have any other comments you'd like to make?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
I'll go.
Carrie?
Did you say you can't move it? Because I'm thinking if you took off the back stoop, shifted the building back just enough to add the front stoop,
Well,
then you retain the.
But you need two
historic-
means of egress. So I'm going to
Sorry?
need a second door and a
Well, you
second
have
stoop.
the side stoop. So you would have the front and the side.
Okay, that's one option. Whether they can do it or not is.
Yeah, just because this little building is, it's the tiniest little building, but it is one that stands out on that street because of its
Right.
minuscule and sort of adorable scale.
Mhm.
And I love the fact that you guys are keeping it and not trying to kill it. But that's my only comment, because the rest of it seems good. I appreciate that you're, trying to keep a little bit of salt box. I think with your wall plate would be higher if you kept the whole thing, and maybe that would be okay on this, because then you would be keeping the whole thing. The addition, right now your plate's lining up with the end rake, whatever, so it's consistent, but you get what I'm saying.
I do. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'll go.
Diane, go ahead.
I think that's a good solution, Carrie, is to take the deck off in the back and move the house back so that the front door, the little front door presents itself as we've tried to keep all the houses going down that way. And I think that I would like to see that tried if it's possible. Because it's the one that you see going down Easton Street, the one you see first, the first building that catches your eye, because the main house is further back. So I think it's important to have it sort of as the Clarabelle of the street. So I'd like to see that tried.
Thank you, Diane. I guess that's me. So I'll note for the record, the existing foundation is not anything that contributes to the character of the structure. For me, I don't disagree with anything that's been said. I would perhaps trade off the concept of resurrecting the existing salt box. I think the profile as it exists, if it were replicated by basically shifting your ridge a couple feet, that main ridge is more of a defining characteristic than the door facing Easton. So I personally would be good with either of those solutions. So can we get a motion to hold for a revision?
Can I ask for clarification, just because it
I'll
seems
make
like
a
the board is
Wait,
a
hold
little
on.
split on the front door?
You might just want to short money, bring in the option.
Okay.
That's a good
Diane,
idea.
did you want to make a motion?
Did you want to make?
Yeah, please.
For hold for light revisions
Yeah.
Okay.
with the redrawing of the little house
Yeah.
location?
That'd be great.
Well,
Or the option
clarification, yeah.
with the salt box.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, we can look at it. That's all.
Mr. Chair.
option one and option two.
And then, Diane, do you mind appending on that Well, we can hit the FEMA cert and the
Oh, yeah.
other items in a final motion.
I'll make sure I get that for you, Holly. I can get that
Okay,
from the
thank you.
surveyor.
Not to lose track of those. Thank you,
Yes.
Holly. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Diane?
Aye.
Val? Oh, you're not on it, I'm sorry. Jesse? Carrie?
I
Abby?
I,
And I'm an aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Sure.
Still here.
Yeah, then I can go.
All right, Ethan.
Change out of this.
Let's see, you have two commercial buildings at 115 Old South Road.
Yeah, these are two metal boxes.
Okay, looks like we have the regular board. Do we?
Yeah.
Do we, are you on this, Val? No, okay, just checking. All right, regular board, metal buildings, Old South Road.
So this is zone C-Tech, I believe. It's commercial zone.
Oh, yeah, we were
and-
talking about this last Tuesday, I believe.
Oh.
Not
Oh,
your thing.
Okay. So basically, Tom Hanlon owns the whole thing. And I got approved the building in the front, which is on Old South Road, is a Cedar Natural Weather, it's his primary shop. The back, the centerpiece is gonna be where he keeps all his equipment, landscaping, all that. The back building is a metal garage with his employee housing above. Sort of like the same one I did for Josh Brown's building out there on Tomahawk, or, behind the marina and the airport. And like the buildings that we did for Island Lumber. Gray.
Thanks, Ethan.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Ethan, what's
What's
the siding?
Very courteous.
It's metal, like the Island Lumber buildings, same thing. And it's just like exactly like Josh Brown's building.
Can I just ask you something?
Yeah.
So the address is Old South Road. This is weird. All right, so I'm looking at your parcel and it's right up on the street, but then it looks like it's inboard of Old South Road on the.
It's so
locus.
originally it was one giant lot and it's been subdivided, and this is the back portion of that. When we did this, didn't have map
Oh,
parcels yet.
Okay, so when
So-
I look at the site plan
Yeah.
here, we're reviewing this building back
Yeah,
here?
I put a big red box around it.
Okay, this is existing?
That's the existing approved. That's the approved building I got. That's gonna be.
All right,
I don't know
sorry,
where-
okay, got it. So it's not right on Old South?
No, it's way in the back.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, questions from the board?
Can I get a clarification?
Yeah, go.
Because my little tiny alarm bells are going off.
Yeah.
That building that's on the corner, it's on the corner of Old South and Airport that was approved?
No, it's
Mason.
kind of across from Pinecrest, I believe. Yeah. If you look at the locus map,
It's directly across the street from Pine Tree.
Pine Tree.
Right here.
Yeah, it's right there.
The one that one?
This one.
And
So lot 117 and 115 are now have been cut into a whole bunch of small lots.
Okay, and then the other question through Mr. Chair is the one on Old South that was approved, is it similar to this structure? Or is it a residential?
The one that's on is all wood.
Okay, okay, my little alarm
I
bells.
think I included it in the drawings at the very end of my stuff.
Because we were going to reconsider that application.
I know. That's a big, there it is.
There
That's,
it is, right there.
that's what you're gonna see from Old South Road. That's
Not
Josh
that.
Brown's
No,
building.
no, not that.
That's what I got approved, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the little extra time
And
there.
the
That's
photo-
gonna screen this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of lots in between.
The one building screen.
All
I'll go
right.
first.
Okay, Stephen, go.
Can we go back to the other one that was approved? Okay, and then on the site plan, I just want to take a quick look at this. There was an infamous member, our emeritus member said that every structure on Nantucket, you can see the second floor. So I just want to get an idea. What's the distance is from, that's pretty far back. You're not going to see that from there. Okay. It's really an ugly building. I don't think you can really.
We're not
change
allowed
that.
to use the word ugly.
I mean, ugly in the historic sense.
Brutal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a handsome, well, I would really be in trouble if I said.
There's a
less.
photograph. You can go to the photograph of it.
Yeah, it's just really heavy industrial. What are the chances that any of this is going to be visible?
Well, probably if you go down there, I mean, you drive down Old South Road at 40 miles an hour, so. It's gonna be, so you go to the site plan, he's gonna have all his landscaping equipment in the middle, so it's gonna be trucks, plants.
Okay,
stuff,
so thank
parking.
you. Not to cut you off,
Yeah.
but I appreciate you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I think to the extent that if there is any visibility, that portion needs to be shingled so that it blends in with the background, if there is visibility. And I say that because I think that the character and setting here is, it's the introduction in many ways to the historic island. It's, you've got the convergence of where you enter from the airport, and then this, like in every way, shape, and form, it's a landscape shop, it's a lunch pail worker type person facility. I have absolutely no issue with it, but I think it would really stand out if you can see the second floor of this thing and it's just a metal building in that area. So that's my concern, right or wrong, that's my concern. Thank you, Mr.
Actually,
Chair.
that whole corner is cleared now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's seriously cleared.
What's not on the corner?
What? No, I know it's not in the corner, but it's just in from the corner that's already cleared. So like if this thing went up tomorrow, you'd be able to look right across that open stretch and look right at it.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean, really.
Yeah, of course.
One other quick comment.
Yeah.
So this would not look terribly different than Norman Moore's collision shop across from the Stop and Shop where it's shingled. Is more of what I'm getting towards. And if, to the extent it would be visible over the long term, that is the concern. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next? Al.
The building that you gave us a picture of, where is that?
That's over that development behind Tomahawk, behind the airport and Yates Gas, and that whole area with those metal buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a bunch of them in there.
And the color is the same?
It's gray.
Well, that looks beige to me.
Well, mine it's the color they come. Like Island Lumber's buildings were black
What's
and
the
beige.
roof?
Beige.
Metal.
It's a metal roof.
Okay. It's 29 feet. It's one lot in, although it's cleared. How different is this from what's across the street at the airport?
Laundry place? A lot.
Well, no, right across the street, I believe from this is like the FedEx building, Charlie
No.
Mayhew.
That stuff's further down towards Tomahawk.
And they're all.
This is before you get to the airport road.
Correct, but right here,
Macy Lane, however you.
right here
Yeah,
is,
FYI,
Yeah.
that's the park.
right?
Yeah.
And
Right
then you
here.
come to the FedEx building, so it's closer to the park than the FedEx building. Just FYI.
And then some hangers.
Yeah, there are.
There
are hangers and stuff over there.
Is that road ever gonna get developed, the other one that goes down?
Yeah, that's how you get to it.
That's not in yet.
No, he owns it. So
There's also 4 or 5 of these lots in there, right? 4 of them?
So that's how they're gonna act.
Well, I think what's important too is that there's 2 of these we're reviewing tonight, one in front of the other, so.
yeah, the other one's going to block this one.
Mr. Chair,
Holly. Go.
I just had one comment on the fact that you all know Nobodere Way here and those 1950s, 1960s structures. So these are all contributing in here.
Yeah, exactly.
And its proximity to that rear property line. I'm just wondering if there's any vegetation or something that would help mitigate that. I know you don't look at from the visibility of there, but you could see it from an Nobodere Way. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Which are 1-story little buildings.
Right.
And we can
modest.
shingle this thing.
So while I don't
Thanks,
mind the overall shape and simplicity of the building for its utility nature, I think I agree with Stephen. I'd like to see the sidewall shingled. I could go with the metal roof, but I think that would be a little bit more sympathetic.
Sure.
I think it
Thanks, Val. Diane?
I think that's a good answer because you've got people coming out of the airport. This is the first thing they see is they drive down and see, oh, here's old historic Nantucket. It looks like downtown, Baltimore. So I think if we could have shingled it, and perhaps you're going to see the first floor, you're going to see both floors because it's the vegetation is not big out there. They have to have certain stuff because of the airport, them coming in, and you have the hotel. I'm not sure that this would improve your entryway to the island. So I think, I don't know, I'd like to see what shingling would do, and maybe put an occasional window down on the first floor so it didn't look so industrialized. I think that's sort of a melting spot that we should keep up as much as we can, that particular combination of streets. So that's all I am.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think we've established that it's sort of semi-residential, so I think maybe the architecture has to be like that too. So I'm for the a more, it can still be like a warehouse, but it should be shingled.
Sure.
I think that's the consensus view here.
Perfect.
I mean, it is what it is, and you drive a little further down the road and you turn onto Tomahawk and you've got like all the buildings look like this. But I think the fact that Tomahawk is kind of off the beaten path and the only reason people go there is to go to Tomahawk. Here, people are going down Old South Road to go to the airport or to go to places of business or restaurants or whatever. And this is going to be, I think, until all the infill buildings around it are built and the landscape is situated, that we're going to see this.
Oh, yeah.
Both of them.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're the same building, right?
Same building, just one's reversed.
So how about, are we going to move this to?
I have some other,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I've got some other concerns I'd like to voice.
Yeah.
I think, can we go to the site plan? Yeah, oh, that's a good one. So there's 5 of these lots. One of them has 6 lots. One has the approved residential structure. And then we've got 2 in front of us. Can we go down to the next site plan? I think 2 important elements are this should be relocated to the north of that lot. Immediately adjacent to it are those contributing structures that are dwarfed. And the other thing is, I think we need to work out a vegetative plan for visibility from Airport Road.
He is a
Because
landscaper.
I think that's going to be really important. And then vegetation along the rear of the contributing structures.
Those are contributing?
Yeah.
The old Navy housing?
Yeah, they came.
I don't
from
think
one.
it's too much of an ask.
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, I'm stating.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Stephen's points are very valid. But I'm thinking about.
I can't hear Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking about what Stephen said, and if I was the neighbor, how would I want that building associated? If you move it to the opposite side of the lot, then the parking and the cars and the people are going to be all on that side. Would I rather have the noise, or would I have that large wall going up the back side of my house? I'm not sure.
Well, the only, I'm not to go back and forth, but I just want to comment real quick. The idea for me is that there's person doors all across the rear of that structure. So there's going to be people
Okay,
out
yeah,
there.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you traffic wise, but to my mind, this will probably be, I mean, I don't know, but this is probably going to be some type of a major commercial development type of, it's going to have certain operating hours put on it by the planning board, which is customary. Certain conditions upon what type of use can it have. And I think that with respect to the architectural elements, I just would stand by my earlier comments.
Yeah, I respect that. And just one more question. This site plan shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots.
I didn't draw
The
the
other
line.
site plan shows more.
Yeah, it's a little.
I
don't
just didn't
think-
draw the next line that goes through it, that's all. Because
Yeah.
that's not part of this application. And to Jesse's brought up a good point, the reason why these buildings are down there, the middle section is gonna be all the equipment, all the machinery, the noise. These buildings will block the noise. Those doors in the back are egress doors. The primary doors are on the ends.
Okay, so maybe it would be a good idea to see a site plan with landscaping.
Sure.
I mean, like, not just the location of the building and the setback lines, give us a little bit more information.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Parking areas, all that stuff. So want to make a motion? So motion for hardscape, parking, including the parking, landscaping, including visibility mitigation, and shingle, then maybe take a foot out of the height.
Can I ask a question? before we vote?
are awfully tall.
Okay. That would be a question on the motion. And I think the motion, that your motion would have been for both of these structures, right?
Yes.
Stephen?
With
Okay.
height poles?
Is that what you want?
That's what I'm asking.
I'll
Can I
amend
add
my
that?
motion.
Okay. All right. And Diane, did you have something that you wanted to ask about the motion?
No, I think there are more questions that need to be asked, but I will.
I think we have another shot at that. Well, I don't think. I know we have another shot at this based on the motion. So the motion is to get a more tangible site plan showing both the buildings, the parking, vegetation, shingling the buildings, and height poles. Okay? That's Stephen's motion, on Stephen's motion. Val?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Abby?
And I'm going to step out for a couple of minutes.
Okay, good. Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you, Ethan. All right, Val Oliver.
Thanks,
All right, so
Ethan.
now, let's see. Val is presenting and Abby is out. So let's see, Connie and Carrie, good? Okay. 24A New Lane.
This is just context photo. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first, well, this is context of the area. The blue arrow points to the cottage that we want to move off or demo, which is circa 1970s.
Uh-oh.
That's what the assessor says. But I can't find anything else. Okay.
All right, well, so Val, continue.
So before the meeting today, I felt it was probably important before you review the replacement house to see the context of the neighborhood, which I hadn't sent in before, so you can wait and look at those when you look at the new one. And yes, I do need a lesson in that because I couldn't find anything in the NHA or anything. So maybe we should do the demo move off.
Let's, how about we hear what Holly has to say
Okay.
about Victoria's Secret?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there actually is an HDC survey on file, which you can get from the town's GIS website. So if you go to the GIS, there's a layer, MHC, historic structures. Click on that, and there'll be triangles for any property that has an HDC survey. And may I add, our survey project that we've received federal grants for, that we're currently working on and going into the next fiscal year, those will be available on the town's website as well.
So it's on the GIS?
Yes, that's as of this past year. And this is a 1940s structure. Obviously, the HDC survey was done in 1989 is going to indicate that it's non-contributing. However, it is contributing to the local district. And I just want to make a note that never, ever, 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 except for last case resort, to utilize the tax assessor's date. And that is something.
I did go to the NHA too.
What's that?
I did go to the
NHA, yeah. No, I understand. But this is within their survey area. So never ever go to the tax assessors. I will also add that the tax assessor, per my request, put a disclaimer on his website, as long the same thing as he does for zoning, to say never get your zoning information, never get the age of a structure off of it as well. So from my overall comments, it would be a shame to lose a contributing structure within the old historic district, because this is within the old historic district boundaries, right on the edge. I didn't see, I only saw these Google photos, so it would be better nice photos of the structure to document it as is, should be provided. Also, history on the structure, you know, there's Sanborn maps, there are aerial maps that would document this, and possibly building permit records. One other thing I did want to mention too is whenever the tax assessors has the wrong information as far as the date goes, sometimes that means that's from the last time it had a significant change or alteration to the structure. Because I have seen, and you can also quote, I know Linda would back me up on this because she's seen it too. You'll go look at a site and you know the structure was built, you know, prior to us being a country, and you'll notice that they'll have a more contemporary date on it. So sometimes that is the case, but looking into the history of the property would be beneficial. So yes.
I didn't find any Sanborn maps. I did look.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so what's on the table at the moment is the move-off demo of this building, 1940s cottage. Comments? I know.
Well, we hear it's contributing, but we have allowed so many of these little buildings to be demolished. It's like, there's an equitable factor here that's kind of important. But I jumped ahead to look at the plans that are coming at us.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's almost the same footprint, just one bump moved to the back. And I wonder why you can't use that, use it and build off of it.
I think there's some wetland issues here. And if you look at the first page, which has a site plan, it's a condo and it's a very odd shaped. Perhaps that's not on, is it on this?
Well, it says Unit A,
Yeah.
which generally that means condo.
Right.
I'm surprised. at
There's
that.
some dashed lines that show what they have as a footprint.
Mr. Chair.
Looking at the footprint of the new building versus the footprint of the existing, and it seems like you could use the existing, just build a second floor.
I don't think it will hold a second floor, but I can suggest that.
Is the new one is it a modular, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
Mr. Chair, one other point I would like to make, and then I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
Out of building with Nantucket in mind, contributing structure is defined as a quote structure which adds to the district's sense of time, place, and historic development. So just wanted to mention that. Yes, sir.
Carrie, any more observations?
No.
Okay, so back to the demo, move off, you're more inclined to like work with the existing building? Is that what I'm
Well,
hearing?
that's what I would hope.
Yeah. Okay. Just making,
Right.
getting Val some clarity.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
Well, I can go
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
next.
Yep.
I would like to see them try and use that building. It doesn't look like it's in the process of falling down. I think the houses along New Lane in the area of Mayhew and all the rest of it are sort of a mixture. They're not all one way or the other. And it looks like if you used it and stuff, you would have more room if you to build it. It looks like you could move the unit 2 back further. I don't know, you get into wetlands somewhere, don't we? Val?
Yeah, and I'll have that defined, exactly where that is.
I think it's where Grove Lane goes to the left there, going down New Lane. There's a lot of wetlands in there. And I don't know how close you can, you've got the 50 and the 100-foot thing, 50-foot. I don't know, I think it's too bad to waste it by demolishing it. You look around you, the buildings that are around it are all sort of the same size,
No, they're
except
not.
the big one on the, right, the only one I can see is that little part of the white, which looks much taller.
South of Mayhew are
Ye-
taller
Yeah.
two-story structures.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
house next door that just got
Correct.
built.
What are the little red things showing me?
Where?
Oh, those are little markers that come off of the GIS.
Oh,
I think
okay.
aren't they like address, the little
Yeah.
like,
the
pin things
Things.
on the
the
photographs?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was when I did Google Maps, but today I went and took real pictures. So not having that information that Holly had, I wish I had had that prior to this. I probably would have tried to talk them into something different. I thought it was a 1970s house, so this is probably a waste of time.
Well, let's, you've heard from 2 members so far. Let's just complete the process and see where we are. So Diane, you're good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not saying not to build it or whatever, it's just whatever buildings we can save and go on with is
Yeah.
I think, a good idea.
Agree. Thank you. Abby?
I'm setting off.
She's not on it.
Oh, gosh, that's right. Connie, sorry.
I don't really have much more to add.
Okay. Stephen?
Sure. What did we say was the date?
40.
40s.
1940.
So I agree, it'd be nice to save this. I think a move as opposed to a demo. I do understand the constraints. I mean, this particular style of home, this particular model, it's really not laid out and conducive to interior stairs and then being converted over to build out the basement, build out a second floor. I mean, it could be done, but it severely limits the interior program. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe explore whether a move off is in the cards or if a heavy reno. But if that can't be done, then I guess I would be all right with it.
Can I ask a question? If we add a second floor,
Can I? I'm
Okay,
gonna
okay.
actually talk about that.
okay,
All right, so I was disappointed to learn the vintage. There's 1940, because it is difficult, I think, for any member of this board to approve a demo of a really quaint, cute, diminutive building that is in a context that is constantly changing for the larger and the more generic. So I was disappointed at that, but I was actually kind of heartened to see the design for the new proposed house, which is not like a full 2-story, house that is the south of Mayhew houses, which are big 2-story, boxes. And it's a gambrel, and it's relatively modest in scale. So I know we're not supposed to kind of look at them together as a package, that we're supposed to review things in isolation, but I'm heartened to know that whatever would be going in the place of this very cute, attractive little building would be not so much larger. But I think we have to think about this one a little bit more. And you probably want to too, now that you have your new information. Okay. So should we just hold these for
More information.
more information, or
Which I obviously don't know how to find.
So moved.
okay? So Stephen has made a motion to gather some more information about the age and the
And within-
sorry. I did want to address something I said I was going to address. This is the kind of building, to Stephen's earlier point, like you could come in and renovate the building, but by the time you renovated this building, there would seriously be nothing left
Right.
of it. You raise the roof, you fix the foundation, and you put an addition on it, and before you know it, it's not that building anymore.
Well, we're gonna see if somebody wants it.
Yeah, I mean, it should
Yeah.
really go someplace intact and keep
Yeah.
its charm and character.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there is a motion on the table to hold for more consideration, and that motion, I believe, was for both of the applications at 24A New Lane. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Oh, not
She's
Abby. No, I give it. I'm a creature of habit. I'm sorry, Connie.
Aye.
Yeah, I'll get used to it. Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. And Stephen on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see. Oh, permits plus, man. Is Mark Poor with us by chance? Let's see. Oh, this says permit plus.
Permit at
Do-
Comcast.net.
What? Permit?
The name is permits at Comcast.net. See that agent information?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, permits at Comcast.
Yeah, but that's Mark's handwriting.
Oh.
It's gotta be Mark Poor.
It is.
Okay,
Oh.
is he on? Okay, so we're gonna hold that one, all right? So that brings us back around to Val Oliver. Okay, first, can I have a motion? Can somebody give me a motion to hold NIR for rep?
So moved.
Okay, Diane has made that motion. Abby, are you back on just for this?
Yeah, I'm sitting here, just, yeah.
Okay, and Val, you can sit on this very simple motion.
It's very simple.
No, this
Oh.
isn't your project.
It is.
No, we're making a motion to
Oh.
hold permits plus. I just want to put you in there. Okay, so Diane's made the motion to hold it. Are you in favor of Val?
Yes,
Good.
aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now it's to you, Val Oliver. And let's see, rotation, let's do Jesse.
Super simple.
Super simple.
Yep.
Thank you.
This building was moved from 5 Sandy across the street. It has a porch facing the water. We'd like to just put screens on the inside of the porch, leave the railing. Pop them in.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Nothing else is changing.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comment that I would have would to ask on whether or not the screen is going to go all the way down to the floor to include the railing area.
Yeah, on the inside of the railing.
Yep, on the
Yeah.
inside.
Mhm.
That's it.
And you're okay, okay. Got a thumbs up
Yeah,
from
that's
Holly, 2 thumbs up. Comments from the board?
Yeah, I guess my question is, this is a seasonal installation or permanent? And 2, can we do some type of a vertical segmentation on the wider bays on the north elevation.
You may actually want to consider that because the screens in that area are going to get totally blown
Oh, you
out.
mean like divide them into
Yeah,
two?
because there's so much screen, it's going to be like a sail on
Okay,
Hulbert Avenue, and they'll get ripped.
I'm
right
sure
out.
that's fine.
And if they're permanent, it'll count against your ground coverage. if you
It will
close
do
them.
what?
It'll
If
be.
you
Oh, yeah,
screen
yeah,
it-
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
And I personally think it's more appropriate if they're seasonal. But that's
is
just my
that
thoughts.
within your purview?
Depends. We do temporary permits all the time.
I need it for the ground cover.
Wait a second.
You have to have, if you screen in a porch, it counts as ground cover.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah,
You want the ground.
I do, I
No,
do.
no, let me make sure I understand. You want to have the ground coverage on the house, so you're screening in the porch to get the ground coverage.
Correct,
Because
because
you're
the
trying to do
house
the
in back of
20%
it that we got approvals for additions.
And
I
it's a
need some more-
20%.
Yeah,
You guys got it? Sleight of hand. But now, there's nothing to say. Oh, I shouldn't be saying this in front of a building inspector, but they could always just remove them.
I know.
After, like, it depends on when the surveyor shows up.
I'm sitting here, I don't have a zoning siren on my car
Exactly,
outside.
right.
thank God.
That's a serious enforcement thing.
Yeah,
I mean, how do you enforce that?
Yeah.
Anyway, what do we think, folks?
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, and should we just put the verticals in there? I think,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're really gonna do this, Val, it's
Mhm.
probably something that your client should do,
okay.
so the screens.
Yeah, just bisect each of the bays.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want that to be your motion, Stephen?
So moved.
Okay, so Stephen's made a motion to approve this just on, what elevation was that? The north?
Just any, really, actually, any of them.
All of the elevations where the screens are, to bisect the panels, turn them into smaller panels. Okay, that's the motion. So let's see, on that motion, Jesse?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Val. Okay, now we got 10 Bassett Road. Anybody to rep? No. Kind
That's
of-
an as-built color, should we?
It is, I think this
I'm
is.
here.
Oh, you are, okay.
Yes. I've been here since 4.
And you're, yeah, no, I kind of remember reviewing this.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yeah.
this
Esme.
was a violation. We
Right.
sent a notice of violation for
Correct.
changing the trim color
But
without.
didn't it come to the board?
No, this is first time.
Oh. All right, so,
Who made it a violation?
this, as I understand it, the house was approved as natural trim, which we can see in this photograph, and it looks like it's being painted white. Is that the story?
Correct.
Okay. Is that a photo that you submitted?
No.
No. Do we have any more photos, like taken from a public way kind of photos?
Is that you on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. I like how she answers questions.
I've been listening for a long time, so I'm trying to make it short.
No,
The
you're
only thing
good.
keeping you guys from going home is me, right?
Wait, I missed that.
I said the only thing keeping you guys from going home is me.
Oh, no, we got another hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, no,
eventually
we
it'll be
got- We got plenty
7:30.
more left.
Mr. Chairman, this house is very tucked in. This actually came from a anonymous, could say, per se, person that was just concerned that the neighbors was
Okay.
painting
All
their
right,
house.
this is actually used to come up a lot, and whoever is filing a complaint needs to do so publicly. They can't do it anonymously. And that's just the way it is. It's just not right to file an anonymous claim. And so, can anyone speak to the visibility of this house as seen from a publicly traveled way, which we all know is what our jurisdiction is?
I did not view it, so I cannot, but I would view it,
You would view it.
just to,
Okay, that's reasonable.
I'm looking for them.
Oh, do we have pictures from Pulpus
They're
Road?
very, very minimal. You can only see the roof ridge, the highest peak of the house. Because it's natural to weather, it
Mhm.
blends in with the vegetation.
Right.
But once it gets painted, it'll pop out. I'm
Okay.
looking for those pictures.
Oh, you know what? I've been here, and I was out there this last weekend looking for grapes to pick. So if you know of any, but so there's a pool in the back. Did a final inspection
go.
on. It's very difficult to see this.
behind you.
never.
But that, I don't think that
That's from the
is
public
the
view.
point.
That's from Bassett.
Now,
Well, yeah, that point, I'm answering, Diane, I get what you're saying, but I'm answering the chairman's question, which is what is the extent of visibility? And the visibility is not the picture that we were showing, which is a full-on elevation of this home, including, all full view of two sides of it. This is the extent of the view of the structure, which doesn't look remarkably different than the house to the left or the house to the right. So I was just answering his question. I wasn't saying whether it's right or wrong. I wasn't saying whether it's right to do it as an as-built, none of that.
all right. But so this is the kind of documentation that I was hoping for. So whoever took that picture, congratulations. It
all
tells the story.
Billy said, took it.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we've sort of kind of established visibility, I know that Val would you still like to view?
I see from this photo, it seems as though white trim is in the area on both houses.
Oh.
I'm not sure that I'm seeing it.
Okay.
So, yeah, that would be great, but if you guys are okay with it, then.
All right, let's see.
Well,
Diane, go ahead.
I'll go.
Yep.
If we just do it like it's okay, because it's, it's harder to see, and we have room. If they put in an application, we said, don't paint it white, paint it something other, and they paint it white, then why do we bother to have the room?
You mean about the filing?
Yeah.
Like coming before us?
Before us, and they say that, we say, no, we don't want so white so much out there, but they paint it white anyway.
Can I answer that?
No,
Well, okay, let me just make sure that Diane has finished. So,
do you understand what I'm
well,
trying to say?
yeah,
Why
I
have
mean,
the rules if you're not going to stick to
bless
them?
you. Yeah, I do understand, but every now and again, these kind of things come
I
up
understand every now and again.
for
but
whatever,
more
reason.
Every,
Yeah.
rather than again.
Yeah, and we do.
We can still approve it, but make them pay the fine for having the.
Exactly.
Doing it as built.
That is
So
an
there is some
option that we
punishment that
retain.
goes on with
Correct.
what they've done it.
Absolutely correct. Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, Abby, are you on this? I forget.
I could be if you wanted.
You want to be?
Sure. I just think, I think it will be fine painted white. I think if we want to put a fine on it for not to show people that we mean what we say, I'm fine with that too.
Okay. Stephen, have you said your piece?
No, I'll go quickly.
Okay.
I think there's, clearly, as you just pointed out in different words, there's two matters before us. One is work was done without an approval, which is an as-built, which is a finable offense. The other is a white an appropriate color. So I would like to be clear that I don't think that we should say no on white just because someone, I've got no evidence that says that this wasn't approvable as white to begin with. It's just that it was approved as natural to weather. I think it's appropriate to be white. There's plenty in the neighborhood that are this color. And I think that it's clear in as built, so it should be the 4 times the fee assessed.
Actually,
Thank you.
I think it's 10, I think it's 10 times.
10 times?
10 times.
What's the paint fee?
50.
So
500.
$500.
Did I do the math right on that?
I think
Uh-huh.
so. Private
Okay,
schools paying
so,
off.
Ms. Bazinet,
Yes,
did I pronounce that properly?
that's an A.
As an A, we say so. So my opinion is that the houses on either side of you, both of which are taller than your house, are painted white. And as Stephen said, your house, is not like demonstrably different. It's a gable, there's a gambrel on one side and there's a gable on the other side. So I don't have an objection to this house being white. Why it was applied to originally. Did you build this house or did you buy it from somebody?
We bought it from somebody.
Right, so the prior owner may have preferred to have natural trim for whatever reason, so
Well-
that's what they got approved, sorry?
The building in Nantucket with mine, which now we should just throw away because we
Nobody
really keep
is-
changing everything.
Did I
said-
not have you speak again? Did I forget about you? I did, didn't I?
No, she said.
Did,
I just said, I wanted to view.
yeah, that's right. Okay, so rural.
No, I was just saying the rural road guidelines were always not white paint, but that's clearly gone out the window, so.
Well, if I had two natural houses on either side or even one, but the fact that there's just this one house in between that's right now
Yeah,
half
doesn't make
white and
sense.
half natural, I don't see how
We
this is
should
gonna.
read the notes and see why it was said to be.
Well, you mean
Natural
why
to
it was
win.
originally approved as natural?
But
Yeah.
it also has black windows.
No, it doesn't.
Looks like it does.
It doesn't.
What color are the windows? Do you know?
Green,
Green?
correct?
Okay, thank you.
A motion to approve with white and 10 times.
Okay, so the motion is to sadly levy a fine for an as-built, which is within our purview. That's part of Stephen's motion. So the motion on the table is to approve this after the fact as white, with the fine being imposed. On Stephen's motion, Val?
I'm gonna say no, because I didn't go out and look at it.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Diane?
I will go along with the fine.
Okay. Abby?
Are we allowed to ask how much that is?
Oh, we know how much it is. Well, so ordinarily a paint change is $50 and our fine is 10 times. So that would mean a fee of 500.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fine. I'm fine with it. Yes, I'm a yes.
Okay, and Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Sorry about that, but I think the white will be fine, and thank you for participating. Okay, so next up, we're on to old business, and here is Lisa again. So Abby,
Yeah,
you can see you're chairing the next couple.
okay.
So Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen, Jesse, everybody here. Okay, I'm leaving for a minute. Did we have, we want to write oh, you got it.
Okay, this is a application for an addition onto and renovations to 30 India Street. There were some minor concerns, I think, the last time. One was to present photos of the windows that were in the rear of the building to show that they were newer. And I'm not sure, did you guys get the window survey? Yeah, okay. So we submitted that. Some of the other concerns were, I think, the proximity that the shed roof was meeting the rear gable in the back. So we actually made raised the roof pitch of the rear gable. We did add a chimney on the rear gable. That was not requested, but that was done. And then there was a concern about a window that we had added on the east or we had changed on the east, I should say, that was not centered under the ridge, so we removed that. There were some concerns about the deck on the rear, but again, I'd like to just look at the site plan and show the limited visibility that the rear of this building will have, because it does not front all the way to Rose Lane like its neighbors. There are buildings behind it, behind the structure. I think, let me just look.
Lisa, what does the ridge say on the massing going back? What does it say? It's all circled.
Oh, hold on.
read it.
Hold on, I have to go there, because I can't.
Increase ridge.
Yeah,
Oh,
increase ridge. I increased the pitch so
Oh, okay.
that the shed roof wasn't hitting so close to the ridge, which you could
Right, right.
see on this
Okay.
previously.
Yeah, I remember
submitted.
that now. Okay.
Yeah. And there was back and forth between two members of, I believe, of the door that faces the mudroom entry that faces India Street, whether or not it should have more glass the way it is shown now or less glass. And so we just left it the way it was as a 12 light. But we changed the window above, I believe, that used to be, what did we do? Oh no, we changed the door from a 9 light to a 12 light to make it look older. That's what we did.
I see.
Sorry.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Board members.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yep, I got
Holly.
comments just to, thank you. So for the record, this is a circa 1831 5-bay Federal built by James Childs, a local house right. First of all, I want to thank you for the window survey. That's what we needed. From staff's comments, and I'm going to make this as a case for all historic structures. Any historic structure that comes before the HDC with proposed additions should show the as-built and current elevations proposed, not previously submitted. It really needs to be clear on the existing conditions as the historic structure versus what's being approved, hopefully. Appreciate the chimney added to the rear L. Do have concerns still with the visibility of that rear balcony, understanding that this structure is not as close to proximity of Rose Lane. However, there is, possibility. And I believe that was brought up before, so it would be nice to have photos to show that those have been mitigated. And then overall, if approved, I would please ask for a condition that the plans surely show the existing historic structure versus the proposed changes on both the elevations and the site plan. Very important. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you for that. Okay, so Val, I think you're on this, aren't you?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I think I'm okay with this. I did go down Rose Lane and had to back all the way out because there was nowhere to turn around. And it was pretty precarious. You can't see the back of this house at all, just saying. And I'm just looking at the existing chimneys that sit right on top of dormers. I think there's something we'd never do, but
Those are there, right?
no,
Well,
I
one of
know.
them is
That's what I'm
there.
saying, like,
Yeah.
it's so funny.
One of them's there. The second one is not there. We're adding the second dormer to the left, again, with the idea that there's the double dormer to the left to the lack
I
of.
can't see that on my screen. Is there any way you could? Okay.
Yep, right there.
Yep.
So the right dormer exists, that's below the chimney, and then we added the second one.
Hey, if it works on the right, now why not on the left?
I thought it balanced.
Diane, are you on this?
Yes.
Could you go, please?
Yep, I'll go. I'll say that again. If you did it on the right, it would be good on the left. I think it's a thoughtful increase. The increase to the height of the addition is necessary, right? Lisa?
Well, it resolved the issue with where the shed roof met the roof
Okay.
before.
And the chimney's gone. The only thing I noticed today, it's not that it's bad, but I think we must have seen 4 houses that had that porch and the deck up above. It seems to be, goes along with additions. I don't know why. But the fenestration on the south elevation, you have it as revised
Oh,
because it was a 6/6 originally.
it was a 6/6, that's right.
Yeah. No, I think it will be all right. I'll go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, are you on this?
I believe I am.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I think
Jesse.
so too. I don't have my thing in front of me, so I can't tell, but
Okay, great. Yes, so, yeah, I agree with comments. I mean, look, the front sides, the north, the east, the west, fine. The south is just, to be frank, inappropriately busy, but it's not visible. And those are my comments.
thank you, Stephen.
And-
Carrie, are
and,
you on?
no, it's Jesse.
Jesse,
Oh, Jesse, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the revisions. You did most of what was asked. The stuff on the south side, on the balcony, one that was asked.
Jesse, is your microphone on?
It is now.
Okay, thank you.
I was saying that thank you for the revisions, and on the south side, some of the things did not get revised, but after the viewing, it's not really visible. So I have no concerns, and I'm okay with the application.
Excellent. Okay, do I hear a motion?
motion to approve as submitted.
I think
Ma-
that's the way
Madam
it was
Chair?
going.
With
Oh.
the additional elevations of the existing conditions.
Yes,
Yes.
if we could do that through staff, so that way the plans could be appropriately revised with the
Okay, through
existing
staff,
conditions.
With further information,
No, yeah, well,
which will let you put in whatever information you need to.
knows.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you
You're
for that
welcome.
motion, Diane. Val, on the motion?
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you very
Lisa.
much.
Yeah, Abby, you're actually chair in the next two.
Okay,
The next one's Abby's Quint Street. 4 Quint.
okay, thanks.
Nathan's here.
Mhm.
You got you, me, Val, and Jesse, and Gary.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
are you ready?
Yes, yeah, Nathan, go ahead.
Don't have drawings yet.
Okay, this is at 4 Quince Street. And as we mentioned at our first meeting, this is for a balcony and stairs to the deck or grade on the rear L or tertiary structure. At the south, that's the south elevation, yes. At any rate, the owners, the Lilies, wish to create a path from their second floor bedroom directly to grade, because without this new egress, they have to awkwardly make their way through another one of the front historic bedrooms. You're familiar with these older houses, to the front hall, where the only stair exists. At any rate, you can see the included photos of the house and where the proposed new stair would be situated at the rear L. We've also shown some photos of several other surrounding buildings with rear balconies and stairs from second and third floor apartments on Quince, Hussey, and Center Streets. Finally, from our last meeting, you had wished to view, and you'd suggested, several of you, dressing the post with 90-degree trellis, which we've done on the south elevation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nathan. What is the visibility from Hussey Street? Is it visible from Hussey Street?
It would be barely visible if you can see it at all. It would probably be 120 feet from Hussey, and you would only see some slice of it, if at all, as you pass by. Maybe the balcony.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, 4 Quint Street is a circa 1834, 2.5-story, 3-bay with Greek Revival doorway. Actually, in per Lancaster, he says that it was actually built before 1834. Appreciate the photos of other stairs in the area. It may be helpful for addresses of those for the file. I do want to notate that some infill stairs may predate both building permit requirements, 1972, and HDC guidelines, 1992. So therefore, they may not have actually been approved. As far as the revisions go, appreciate the lattice. However, I would be remiss if I agreed that it was appropriate. I would highly recommend a view from Hussey Street. I didn't really see that angle in photographs provided in the packet. And I did have a question as far as the plans go. Is there a first floor 6/6 window being removed? Understanding that there's going to be a door added up to the second floor. And I would notate that the door style should be looked at and should be a TDL. Again, this is a newer kind of feature added on to a 1834 structure, Whaling era structure. It's not like it was a typical added aspect. So maybe looking at the door type is also something to look at. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. So
May I?
oh yeah. Well, let's not have too much back and forth. Do you have a quick note?
I just wanted to answer her questions. Yes, there's a window that's being covered over, and we could change the door to whatever you like.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Val?
Okay. I did appreciate seeing those pictures of other places. What that did show me is how crappy they look. Even though you can't see them, it's more fire escape-ish. What about an idea like bringing a little roof out over it and making it like it looks like a porch, and then having shingled railing to a certain point and then go to balustrade or something so that it's just simpler? I don't know.
Okay.
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
What happens if we've had, I don't know that they're still legal, but what happens if we had a circular staircase coming down? It could be wood or it could be metal, black metal, and have the trellis below it, but I think that it's, I don't know, I think it's total, it doesn't go along with the building, and that, I believe we've reviewed this building before, and I think that it is very visible in the back from Hussey Street, and I think it's sad to lose this on an old building. I don't know what the technicality of using a circular staircase, but it would put it in, keep it next to the building, and be more in keeping with age than this. That's all.
Okay. All right, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
I appreciate the lattice change. I think it helps a bit. It is an awkward set of stairs on a historical building. I did not get to view it from Hussey Street. I would be okay with it, even if you just saw the second floor, because I know it's an important thing for the person to do, but I wish there was a better way to do it. So I think I need to look at it. I'm sorry.
Right. Sorry, Carrie.
I'm not so convinced that those photographs aren't commercial properties with apartments above and they need those exits. I'm pretty sure they're all commercial, so they have to have them. And this is not a commercial property. It's just a ease of function for the user so they don't have to go through a room in the house. I don't think that's a very valid excuse or reason to have a sort of convoluted deck and steps coming down on this old historic building. I think figuring out how you use the interior space would be better serving historic downtown.
I see. Well, thank you for that. So Nathan, it sounds like there's a little bit of pushback here. So I don't think this, I like the idea of the circular stairs, but I think they're looking to have something wider or more easier access. Is that true, Nathan?
That's correct.
So, yeah.
May I say, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not sure that anyone visited. If they did, I think they would see almost nothing of it. And if you want to explore a circular stair, we can do that. Or we can go about doing what we used to do back in the day of just shingling the balustrades as well. If you recall doing that, that's what you used to have below the balustrade rail. You used to have us do shingling from there to grade. If you want us to look at a roof, that's something I have to talk with the owner about, but that's possible. I'm just saying I would say this is an honest expression of what is all around the island. And yes, to answer the question about the ones off of Center and Hussey, et cetera, yes, those are commercial structures. They've probably been there 100 years or more, but I would remind you or ask you to remember that someone can lock them out of going through the 2 bedrooms at the historic main mass and not get to the stair. So what they were thinking in this particular point in their age, wouldn't it be easier to be able to not disturb anyone else, their kids, and just go down the back if it were appropriate to the HDC? So with that, maybe there's a suggestion about how to roof it or shingle it.
Well, why don't we hold on to this and see what you can come up, can you come up with some of those options for us? So we might be able to see something that's not so intrusive to an, an antique, because this is sort of, a little bit over the top.
I can do that.
Yeah,
What
I
about-
think, why don't we, should we?
And what
hold-
happens if I made it a motion to hold for revisions, including like two options, the shingle without the roof and the shingled all the way down? So,
Okay,
see, you know what would be good? I think that would be good.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Diane, for that motion.
I would like to leave, I'm sorry to interrupt, Abigail. I would like to leave out the circular stair.
Okay, I have a suggestion though. Do you have
Yes,
any ground cover left? You could just shingle it in and.
I don't think we have any.
We'll check.
I'll check on that as
Okay.
well,
Okay.
but for now, I would prefer to just try to shed it and shingle it.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. And so was that your motion, Diane?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so, on Diane's motion, Val,
I.
Jesse,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and, on your motion, Diane?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you very much.
Right, doesn't Ray have to do this one?
Madam Chair, I don't see Joe Topham in the queue.
Well, I see less than you, so I,
Motion to hold for representation.
hey, thank you for that, Carrie. On Carrie's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen. Stephen's not there. Val,
I.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So we'll hold that.
Okay. The next one is of 94 Orange Street. Is that all right? We got that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say.
Oh, and that is with you, me, Welch, Thornwell, 1, 2.
And Ray.
What happened to Ray?
He's here.
I'm coming, sorry.
Oh,
coming.
good. No, you're not. Your
He's
name
coming
is
down the
right there.
runway. 94 Orange edition.
Oh, so did Joe Topham didn't show?
This is
No.
a funny one.
Oh, that was the problem, because I heard Nathan
Well, on
talk
that
and I
note,
figured,
I think
okay.
this is, I'm done for the night. I don't have anything else up. so-
Oh, Jesse, well, thanks for coming. It was nice
Thank
seeing you.
Very much.
Good
to see everybody.
Yeah, have a nice evening. So let's see, we are on to 94 Orange. Do we have somebody to represent this? We do. Okay, very good. So your board, as I'm sure you know, is myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, and Kerry, all of whom are here. So let's see where we are. 94 Orange.
So we have changed the orientation of the rear addition, so the gable faces the back lawn.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Right. Yep.
We've kept the sills lowered. And in order to accomplish what my client would like, we've dormered the back gable. So scroll down, please, if you can. Now, we've had conflicting information about the number of windows and window dimensions. The client desires a summer screen porch, we've tried to, we have a layer of shingles between every window, at least one. And we've tried to accomplish both reducing windows, but also keeping the summer screen porch feeling with the building.
I think you mean sleeping porch.
Or summer sleeping porch, correct.
Yeah, okay. Continue, sorry.
So scroll down a bit further, if you may. So the window schedule shows we're preserving all the existing windows and replacing them in the building, in the addition. And if you scroll down, you'll see the progression of different iterations we've had with this building.
Okay, does that sum it up?
You might have to go one page lower.
For the most recent?
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's also views from the rear yard, which are non-existent.
Okay, very good. Anything else?
No, I think we've done everything you've asked and then some. We've gone through every possible iteration of this potential renovation.
I could think of a few more, but you've done plenty.
Do you want to join my firm? I'm happy to.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I certainly allow you to, we'll hear from you again, but let's go to Holly and see what Holly has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is a circa 1815 typical Nantucket within the local historic district. Appreciate the neighborhood photos and examples of rear dormers configurations. I did want to just notate that some of these may have been built before the HTC in 1955 and or before design guidelines in 1992. Appreciate the retaining of existing windows, and I think I've been on the record of saying that. Thank you very much. Same concern as previously stated with all the different reviews, just that the understanding the need to do a basement, but and understanding the little peekaboo L addition on the side, which is a typical feature. However, what's not typical is that basement stair access facing the street. And I do think there has been some help of trying to mitigate that. However, that side post and privacy screen is an atypical feature for a typical Nantucket, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. So anything to mitigate that visibility right off of Orange Street. For the benefit of the commission, we did have some Historic Structures Advisory Group comments. As you know, they have been reviewing since the beginning. They said that this might be acceptable by removing the pop-up flush dormers and allowing the eave to run through the height of the main gable rafters. I agree with that. As proposed, the flush dormers don't meet the standard for meeting rails, and there's too much shingled area above the windows. Also, the windows are too closely spaced. Removing one window on each elevation would correct us, understanding the concept of what the proposal is for. But those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. All right, board members, you all know who you are. If anyone's ready, just let me know.
I'm ready.
All right, thanks, Carrie.
I think if you remove the dormers and raise the plate on the eave side to just above the window headers, you've got it. Just the dormers are not typical, but a little bit extra in that ridge height would be fine if you got rid of the dormers and raised that plate to 6 inches or whatever it is.
So the window heads right at the moment are 6'4", so the plate height would be around 6'8". Okay, and that would certainly simplify that rear L, like seriously simplify it. Carrie, that's it?
Yeah, and I agree with Holly about the privacy screen detail.
Oh, for the basement access?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Carrie. Who's next?
I can go because I wanted to say what Carrie said so nicely. Move, and that would move those windows up into that dormer on that, what side is that?
I actually said.
No, that's not exactly what she was suggesting. So what Carrie was suggesting is raise the plate up. It would just raise the plate up ever so slightly so that it's just above the level of the windows, which are at 6'4" high. So that means there would be a 6'8" plate. That means the eave raises up, but it does away with the need for the dormers at all, and therefore simplifies the whole rear L.
Oh, nice,
That's what
nice.
that's
Yeah.
what she was suggesting.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. And I think I'd be fine with that.
There's a little invisible man who's actually
I know.
he's
so
got
good.
a blue spray paint and he's spraying. Okay. All right. Abby, anything else?
No, I like this design. I think it's the best one so far.
Okay. Well, that's great. All right. Thank you, Abby. Diane, you ready?
Yep,
All right.
I agree with that now that I sort of understand it better. I just was curious of whoever drew it. Why, what are they planning for the chimneys? Are those just?
Oh, yeah, they're
plain-
rendered really funny. They're rendered almost like they're made out of ceramic tile or something.
Yeah, something.
That is supposed to be brick, right?
That is brick, yes.
Okay.
The other thing I was thinking in not having 4 windows above the door, that 3 would fit in. It's a 3-bay house and stuff is 3s. I would like to see 3 windows over that revised east elevation and not 4. It's a very crowded elevation. And I think it would do better not being so crowded. And this 7 and 7, 14, 15. So where is the entrance to the basement?
Basement is that's going to be on the west elevation.
That's because I had.
And what you're looking at is, let's see. The concern, although I'm not sure that I share this
Here it is.
concern. There's a little L on the side.
Yeah.
And am I getting this right, or did you change the direction of the stair?
We haven't changed the direction of the stair, although we could.
Hang on a second. Yeah, okay, so Diane.
Yeah,
Look at the south elevation, and what you have is a post and a little shed roof. And that's covering over the stair that goes down to the basement.
okay. And those 2 lines just to the right of that little pop out, are those stairs that's taking you down? Is that what they are?
Yes, the dashed in lines are the steps
Yeah.
heading down to the basement. Yep.
Okay, so this is not on the front of the building.
It's set back, but the stair, well,
The stair
the
would be
concern
seen.
of the advisory board is that when you look down the side of the house,
Right,
you're going to see like a porch. But what I don't think, well, what I know you're not going to see is you're not going to see the steps, because you'd have to walk onto the property to actually see the steps down. So, I don't know
so
whether
where
that
they are is sort
clarifies
of
it at all
okay.
for you.
And is it, are they using this sonotubes as part of the foundation?
Sonotubes are the piers that hold up a deck.
Okay,
They're
that's,
just a concrete pier.
yeah, okay. Well, that's what I got to say. I'd like to have those windows be 3 and I think it goes with the house better, and otherwise the house is running, the new part of it is running very tight to the sidelines on both sides. right from sideline to sideline. So, and then there's another building further on, which fills up that lot pretty much. But anyway, that's what I think.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen, to you.
Sure, I agree with Carrie's comment on the change. I'd like to get a clarification on looking at the revised south elevation and the cellar stair. For you, Mr. Chair. So what, I'm sorry, what's the applicant's agency?
Paul Trier.
I thought it was Paul, but then his picture, his lips weren't moving, so. Paul, so can you just give me an explanation? Is this a cellar? What are these stairs to?
They go to a cellar and they go to a central plant in the building.
And is cellar in the code nature of it, or is this a full height foundation, basement?
It's a full height, it's a code basement, 2-code basement.
Okay, so my concern is that this stair is truncated with respect to its run, and it's got a non-compliant riser heights. So, and
I think we've done our research on that. I think we're good, but I'll check that.
The relevancy is that if this has got to be elongated, it's going to be elongated towards the front of the house, so it's going to come out from underneath cover. And even just looking at the way it's laid out now, it appears as though you've got a step. What am I looking at when I look from the front and I look from the side? And
so what I think you're missing is the inside and the interior, there is a counter above the stair so that the headroom can move. The head height goes below the counter space so that your stair, and if I need to move the stair, make it less steep, we can do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's answering my question. I'm looking at this on the south elevation. Where does the stair start on the leftmost side? At the post?
At the post.
And then immediately below the post, there's a small square, which looks like it's a foundation wall above the top tread of the stair. What is that?
I know what you're saying.
It's not a foundation wall. It's that is a graphic error. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it is. Otherwise, you'd have like a 1.5 foot tall riser.
Yeah,
Right.
it's very strange. Okay. So my only concern is that if that stair needs to be elongated, it's going to come out forward towards the front of the house. And out from underneath.
No, we're not planning on doing that. We're planning on making the stairs proper, and that graphic error I can change easily.
Yeah, okay, so then I want to go back to I don't want to beat this up, but this is important to get right. I don't see a cut line in your foundation wall, and it looks like it's, I don't know, well, it's 56 inches tall if the
More
risers are 8 inch.
crawl space.
So if that's going to be a 7 foot tall basement, that stair isn't going to work the way it's trying. I'm trying to understand that, again, with the ramifications being that if the stair can't go closer to the foundation, it's got to go closer to the front, which means it's going to come out from underneath cover, which means potentially it's more visible. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, and let me step back again. I correct. Actually the water table is quite high here, so we didn't want to do a full basement. We did a minimal basement to get the required equipment below grade. Above
It's
water
called
table.
it's a crawl space.
Okay.
Right, correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
right. Okay. Anything else, Stephen?
Nope.
Okay, so Paul, if I worked in your office, what I would do is I would have corner boards on the addition, and I would have the rakes match the rakes on the existing house, and I'd have the casings match the existing house. Your rakes and everything on this addition although I, wonder about the visibility period of this whole addition, I think it would just be kind of good overall, in case any of it was even partially visible, to keep the vocabulary of not just this house, but probably every house on Orange Street, which has corner boards and has 1x8 rakes with a drip cap, that kind of thing. So I'd love to have those details brought back into this design. I completely embrace Carrie's solution to the massing problem. So I'm basically, with those couple of provisos, fine with what you're proposing here. So what do you think, guys?
about reducing the windows in that?
Well, so a few things, I will address that then. It's supposed to, so I'm okay with the idea of having like a band of windows there, personally. I mean, I can understand that you might not agree, but I'm okay with that, particularly on the back of the house. So does somebody want to make a motion of some kind on this, see where it goes?
I would do a motion
Okay,
through staff.
yeah, okay.
Through staff, approve it showing trim details as the chairman described, and removing the dormers and raising your plate height 6 inches, so your window trim is directly underneath the eave line.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. That is the motion. Let's see how that goes. Thank you for the motion, Carrie. On the motion, let's see, Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Great. Carrie?
Aye.
There we are. And I'm in favor too. So motion carries. There you go. Paul, thanks for working.
Thank you very much.
Good luck on the project.
Thank
Okay,
you.
folks,
Take
guess
care.
what? Yeah, night, night. It's 8:33. We're almost, that's the end of our regularly scheduled program. Is there anything we need to do in terms of housekeeping before we?
Can I should have brought up earlier and I don't know now. Is
write?
I got somebody
Yes.
who was carving me some ivory.
Yeah,
That used to work for Hellman, Nina
Yeah.
Hellman.
yeah,
And he said that Seven Seas building
yes.
is,
Oh, falling apart.
Condemned.
Well, it's
what are we
it's
doing?
condemned.
What?
It has been, I think, officially
so, too.
condemned. It's not habitable.
No, so what are we doing about it? It's an
Okay.
old building, isn't it? We
Yes,
can't
it
let it
is.
fall
Okay,
down.
so we have to be careful, all right?
we're-
Because we don't want to debate this. But
Okay.
it's a very interesting question because yes, it was condemned by the building department like a couple of years ago. Oh, Board of Health? Yeah. And yeah, it's,
Multi-jurisdictional.
yeah, it's in disrepair. So could
Wasn't
we?
it the captain who was on the?
Yeah, exactly. There's a
Yeah.
plaque on there.
He's the bad.
Could we
luck
just check into the
captain.
status of that and see if anything's happening?
Because
Thanks for bringing it up, but we can't really debate it, but
No, I
maybe we
knew
can
we
get you an
couldn't
answer.
debate. I just wanted to bring it up that,
Yeah, no,
could look at
it's a great building.
Can we add to the agenda for next Tuesday, 21 Pleasant Street? Which
Remind
is
me.
being picked up HCC approval for a new foundation.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they get a notice?
Building permit?
No, it hasn't. It's an evolving situation.
So do we put that down as other business or what?
I would say, yeah, we should.
Okay, so can we put down, what was
you
the
know
number?
what that is?
21 Pleasant.
21 Pleasant, other business, front of the agenda, discussion about raising the building without a permit.
Without HCC
Raise as
approval.
in lift up, not
But
knock
knock one
down.
down and build a
Yeah.
whole new one. How's that for you?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I think next
You know, as
week we
long as
don't
they're
need a
up.
discussion on tree mapping because we're going to get a letter out of Ray. I mean, just
I'll
so you
do
know.
my
for the
best.
record.
I'm leaving.
I know.
You're
Yeah.
writing out the description, Ray, on that one?
I'll write a really
Thank
quick
you.
letter and send it to you to sign.
Oh, gosh, that would be grand. Thank you. Words. Does somebody want to make a motion on the minutes for me?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, Diane has made a motion to approve the minutes of, give me the date. This September 6th.
Yes.
Let's see, our board, Connie,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Hi.
thanks. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go.
The other
Thanks.
thing in the letter to CPC, they are reviewing all that stuff on the 19th of October.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good, so I don't have
Okay.
to write it this weekend.
Right.
Yeah, so we had a meeting
Anything I
today.
can put off. Motion to adjourn.
Okay,
I see the,
we have a motion on the table from John McLaughlin to adjourn for the evening. On John's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Who?
No,
did
that's
we? Oh,
Abby.
Carrie. Okay, Stephen,
Keep that.
and I'm in favor. Motion
And this
carries.
is good.
We can go home.